Stand by 10 seconds. Stand by to initiate release sequencer. On my mark. 5.
We're on express elevator to hell. Going down.
2. 1. Mark.
Oh man, I couldn't play Like a Virgin. Sorry, that's copyrighted. Oh no, got the flamethrower out. Got sharp sticks, nuclear bombs, electronic ball breakers. Everybody's getting some today. When I get the flamethrower out, sometimes there's friendly fire. Yep. Here we go.
Do you think body count matters? If you're with a guy and he fucks the whole city before you, what are you thinking? What are you doing?
I have such a double standard with body count because with guys, I'm like, if he's like all over town having sex with every girl, that definitely like turns me off. But if a girl's doing it, like I don't really think it's that big of a deal. if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I think a lot of girls feel the same way.
Yeah.
But I don't. I mean, if they're like 100% dedicated to the person they want to be with, I don't think body count is a big deal at all.
Yeah, I was like you too. I was like, I thought it was gross if a guy fucked everyone, but my boyfriend used to be a whore. So I'm like,
I don't know if you're going to go there.
Oh, yeah. But he like literally was like a sex deviant. And I'm like, now I'm dating him and he's like the most obsessed, infatuated person like by me. And I'm like, oh, it's kind of crazy that I would have judged him off of this before that, because I would have just automatically assumed he's going to be a bad boyfriend or a bad person. But I guess like when you're single, it's like you're just having sex to have sex. Like there's really no attachment in it.
Yeah, I don't think people should be judged for their past.
That are saying, well, I want to be promiscuous and I want to, have an OnlyFans and I want to do this, but I also want to be respected as if I don't. I want to be treated as if I don't. I want guys to forget about that and want to wife me up. And the guys don't like it. They don't like a high body count on women, and they don't like this stuff. So I'm trying to shake reality into women.
It's marriage. You're above all that, are you? It's just a piece of paper. That's your argument. I'm going to tell you the truth. You might say, well, I want to be free to pursue what I want to pursue. Satisfying your lust, you're satisfying your gluttony, or satisfying your envy. What makes you think that those are gods that are ruling you? It's not just a metaphor that marriage is the bedrock of society. It's actually the bedrock of society. I was a therapist for a long time, and I talked to a lot of people about their marriages. I've been married 33 years as of 2 days ago, and it's gone pretty damn well. You see what it would be like to care for someone. You see what it would be like to have someone care for you and value you.
We put an end to the virginity fraud. The popular story we're told about female virginity is based on two anatomical myths. Virgins bleed and hymens are lost forever. First of all, if you have an elastic hymen, you will simply never bleed from sex. It naturally follows that you can't examine a hymen to check for virginity status.
The absurdity of virgin testing is illustrated in a study done on 36 pregnant teenagers. When doctors examined their hymens, they could only find clear signs of penetration in 2 out of the 36 girls. By telling girls that their bodies will reveal them no matter what, we have endowed them with fear. We have curtailed their opportunities and their freedoms.
I believe that female body count is really important to men. And I think if I were a guy, I would care about it as well. Here's why. I think that I think that it's a sign of disrespect to yourself to not treat sex as something that has value. And I think that guys still value purity in women. I don't think they have to be virgins, but I think they value women who have been hesitant to put their bodies out there with everyone. In other words, they don't bed hop. Maybe they had a couple of partners, a few partners, but it was people that they really cared about. It was committed relationships. There was monogamy involved. It was a sign of self-respect that those women had because they weren't willing to just sleep with anyone. I watch these videos of girls now, young women, early 20s, and you'll ask them, what's your body count? And they'll say, oh, I don't know, 10, 13, 15. That's gross to me as a female.
Like 2 videos with RST. Shout out to those guys.
Terrell Xavier, Dr. Xavier. A girl sold her first time sex for $3.5 million. I
remember that.
If you knew,
I think I heard about that.
If you knew yours was worth that, would you still give it to the same man, or would you sell it?
Wait, what?
No, I don't think.
Would you sell your virginity, or given what you like on your first time having sex?
Sure.
If you said, okay, would you have? You can have that experience, or you can sell it to the highest bidder for $3.5 million.
No way.
That's I love this question. That was awesome. Thank you, Xavier.
I mean,
it got quiet as a motherfucker in there. What happened?
I'm thinking.
For sure, I'm with you.
At this point, the amount of with what I know now, or I mean, like, no, everything. Sex for me is literally connection now. I didn't know that back when I was younger.
It wasn't connection for you before.
I just.
Or was it just as like,
well,
man, he's hot, I gotta get with him?
It was attraction and not knowing truly what was gonna like be real for me, I guess, at the time, because like a lot of the guys I slept with when I was younger, they couldn't make me come. I'll just say it outright.
Damn.
And then men would be like, why can't I? And I figured out later on at my age now that it's because it's connection. And
sure,
because it was you.
Not him. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, but I mean.
No, I know. I know what you're saying.
Now,
I know,
like, do I want that amount of money? If I was virgin.
$3.5 million.
But just
that was a very good question. Sean St. George says some men will accept low quality women for companionship and reproduction potential, even if they know the risk of it. So, but that was on the promiscuity side. And then
all vodka.
Man, Sean St. George once again, he says, I love hearing bringing peace into a relationship. This should be a quality. I've had too many relationships where the woman was a source of conflict instead of peace. And let me tell you, I can relate because I was with that BPD girl for about 3.5 years. And boy, you want to talk about chaos? That was chaos.
That was one of the transitions.
That was the pit of hell. Thank you very much.
Wow.
So
the pit of hell. Welcome to the pit of hell. I told you, man, we're on the express elevator today. Hello, people. Wait.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
How's it going? Sorry, I still have the post-COVID bronchitis. So still like have lots of nose goblins and everything else going on. And of course, damn it, man. Of course, now I've got Myron in my chat, in my texts right now. Thank you, Myron. Yeah, so that was the spiciest. I think that was the spiciest hot take that we had from yesterday. God damn it, 2 days ago. It was Friday on Access Vegas. Yeah, it seems like a day ago since I drove from Reno, Nevada to Las Vegas, Nevada, and then back again. And that is a 7-hour trip in a Toyota Tacoma, just saying. So keep that up. Yeah, yes. And I put that on there, by the way. Thank you very much. I put JBP on there. I cannot be opine about anything that the Petersons do. You know, it's funny. It's almost like, remember that show with the Osbournes, like Ozzy Osbourne and Sharon Osbourne and their kids and everything. It's almost like that. It's like the home with the Petersons. And if I say anything, if I open my mouth, it doesn't matter. It's guaranteed. Someone in the comments, someone in the chat, someone somewhere will throw me the spicy hot take and say, "You're just professionally jealous. Leave Michaela alone." And there's really nothing I can do. I can have the most logical, most rational, most like critical, analysis of anything they do, and I'm still gonna get I'm still going to get the flamethrower. So at this point, I don't care. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. So, but I thought that the idea of selling your virginity for $3.5 million, I really wish we. By the way, later on in that clip, by the way, that was from Access Vegas. That's on this channel. You can find it right here on the show. Live from, well, that was from Las Vegas, but I am live from Reno, Nevada today. And this is the Rational Male, and I should go and put on that banner right now. Thank you very much before people yell at me. There you go. That's an overlay, so I have to put those up. Let's see. So anyways, I thought that was the spiciest hot take of the show on Friday. And thank you very much. We did our best to get, we had 3 women on there. We were planning to have 4. We had one cancel at the end. And you know what? I'm kind of glad we had 3. I think we almost had like a better conversation because we had 3. And again, if you listen to that, you're always going to get the guys who are going to say, I would never approach any of these girls. They're not. Well, I think I saw one guy in the chat was saying, none of these girls are above a 5. And so I saw that and I instantly stopped in my tracks. I go, okay, dude, what's a 6? Link me a 6. If you're watching the show, dude, I don't even know who you are. If you think those girls are 5s, I want you to show me what a 6 is, please. But I thought that was interesting because it sort of gets back to a lot of the grist for the mill, let's just say, with respect to the marriage, divorce, virginity thing. I'm going to also bring up, I've got another hot take on tap here. My God, thank you very much. I am the art. This guy does all the art for the thumbnails. Me alone. Thank you. I am a one-man show. And yes, that translates over to the thumbnails, which is why I don't have too many shorts on or reels or TikTok or anything like that right now. By the way, I am still open to people who would like to do that for me, to do my reels, but I need something that's a little bit more economical right now. I am not a millionaire, despite popular opinion. So if that's something you do, I am most definitely interested in your talent set. I can do it myself, but again, I'm only one dude. And I'm going to do my level best. Sorelita, I know, I'm sorry. I don't know who blocked you. Sam, Sam's a mod. Sam, will you please unblock Sorella show, whatever, and make her a mod, please? Thank you. I can't say who's, I have 3 mods. I have Tori, I have Samishi, and I got Sam. Sam, please go unblock Sorelita. Hey, Rolo, off topic. Isn't it always? I will have to say, take conversation. Conversion to Islam has divided the red pill. He could have just kept his beliefs discreet like you. How is he different from Ruslan or Roosh? Glad you asked. I'm starring your super chat, and I will come back to that a little bit later because I do kind of want to get into that. OnlyFans is the sexual incel marketplace. Yes. Thank you very much, 2-bit user. And by the way, keep those emails coming. I do like I'm always wanting. I'm wanting of information. I need my spies out there, and I count you amongst my spies. Thank you for that $20. You get that. It's early in the show, right? $20 are due on the first hour. Just finished preventive medicine. Next up, positive masculinity. Thank you very much, Napoleon. Oh, and then, by the way, just before I get too stuck in the weeds here, and we will get stuck in the weeds here, I was just in, excuse me, still have that bronchitis. Sorry. I am still recovering from all this. I feel just fine, but it's just like, still having nose goblins and everything else. And don't ask me what a nose goblin is. So I was in Las Vegas from, when was it? Tuesday through, Saturday is when I drove back. And basically we were there for an interview that really didn't happen, but it's going to happen next week. We had to reschedule. I think I mentioned it last week. We were supposed to be on with Dan Bilzerian, but we had some scheduling issues and some logistics issues. So I was in Las Vegas for a week. Excuse me. But I'm glad I was, because every time I'm in Vegas, it seems like I've got some sort of some surprising or some unknown opportunities that happen, that occur while I'm there, no matter what I'm there for. So I did a show, by the way, with Dollar Cost Crypto with Miguel. That was really fun. A good high-rated show for Miguel too, by the way. We kind of got into the same topics that I got into with Jason Hartman, which, by the way, thank you for all the feedback on Jason Hartman. Everybody that has given me a comment back on Jason Hartman, all of that's been really positive, like uncommonly positive. I'm used to like, oh, get this guy off of here, or it's usually oh, he sounds like Jordan Peterson. Yeah, I know. We all know he sounds kind of like Jordan Peterson. No, we got it. You can stop now. So we had a conversation like that, myself and Miguel, and we were talking about the sexual marketplace, and we're talking about how the SMP, the sexual market, the global sexual marketplace in particular, is an economy. And that's kind of tracks with what we're going to talk about today. And then also I went and did a speech, a talk, an impromptu talk at the Men of Action MOA, which is the Men of Action. Was it a conference? I think it was kind of like a conference. Maybe it was a one-day conference, but it was Mike Sartain's Men of Action. If, by the way, you want to join Men of Action, I am doing, I'm kind of coming in and I'm on demand. Basically, I'm kind of going into some of the chats with Mike when he's doing his Zoom calls, which I believe are like twice a month or something. I believe they're bi-monthly. And then if there's something that Mike's doing, I'm usually, if it's related to MOA, I'm kind of in and out. I'm just kind of like, as I can do it, I will. But if you want to be part of that, that group, that is more of a hands-on group, by the way. So if I'm the theory, Mike is most definitely the practice, and MOA, Men of Action, is his sort of his group, his private community, I guess. And they are very hands-on. So if you want to put this stuff into practice, I mentioned this in the player's handbook, that this will give you the nuts and bolts, right? This is the textbook, the manual, but you still have to go out there and put it into practice. If that's what you're looking for, Men of Action, man, I would highly recommend that. So if you want to get into that, my link for it is down in the description below. I believe it's the second one down there. So do check that out. I did a speech. I was supposed to, as you know, I was supposed to do a 1 hour speech. And how long do you think it went? 90 minutes? Yeah, you're right. went over that. And then actually, and then Mike did a speech, and then we did a Q&A where we're kind of sitting down, and it's really good. If I can get clips of that, I will probably put it onto my clips channel. I don't know that I'll be able to host it here, but I will definitely put the clips on my clips channel. So watch out for that. It was some really good stuff. What'd you say? Sick build. I'd redo my loss of virginity for $5. Thank you for keeping the real content coming. I can always rely on you to get me thinking about the world in a way that actually is. Just finished religion and need to keep going. Yeah, please. Here's your the next step. Go get Player's Handbook and then consider maybe Men of Action. Let's see. Keep going. A guy can have natural game, but can a guy naturally be red pill, or is it always learned? I will star you and I will come back to you. PP already in the house. Thank you very much. You said PP. There you go. Anything else? I think that's it. Boy, yeah. Don't worry. We will get to the miraculous conversion of Andrew Tate. We'll come back to that. I promise you. We'll do it in the second hour. How's that? So I wanted to get into this today because I thought this was actually the most interesting take right here, because I've seen this over and over and over again, and I want to.
We put an end to the virginity fraud. The popular story we're told about female virginity is based on two anatomical myths. Virgins.
Okay, so I've been seeing, like, what's interesting to me is, why is it always chicks that are doing this? Because it's and I'll explain to you why that is, but you'll notice that it's always women who are like wanting to redefine or change the language. And let them keep.
Bleed and hymens are lost forever. First of all,
okay, remember, no hymen, no diamond. Okay, let's keep going.
If you have an elastic hymen, you will simply never bleed from sex. It naturally follows that you can't examine.
Ladies, is that true? Excuse me. I mean, is it? Is a hymen like a water balloon? I mean, what? You simply won't. What? Wait. Like,
The hymens to check for virginity status. The absurdity.
Who's doing this? Who exactly is doing this?
Of virgin testing is illustrated in a study done on 36 pregnant teenagers.
But they are pregnant. Like, what? Your source material is a little sus. I'm sorry. But
When doctors examined their hymens, they could only find clear signs of penetration in 2 out of the 36 girls.
So a virgin birth. Man, TEDx. I mean, TED Talks used to be something I was like, yeah, hey, that's kind of cool. I'll get some good information out of that. TEDx, you might as well do those at Burning Man. You might as well, I would not be surprised if they did TEDx talks at the next Burning Man. Why not? This is the same demographic. I mean, you might as well play to your audience.
By telling girls that their bodies will reveal them no matter what, we have endowed them with fear. We have curtailed their opportunities and their freedoms.
We have curtailed their opportunities and their freedoms by checking for a hymen. Who's doing all of this hymen checking? Like, where? And what are the benefits if you still have one? And what are the deficits? What are the downside of that? Where's the? I mean, like, is this like a practice? Is this actually something that's still going on to the point where we need a TED Talk to let us know all about it? And that's really not what it's about. I know I can make fun of it. It's a lot of fun to like to run this up the flagpole, right? It's a lot of fun to sort of poke the bear here on all of this. But what it really comes down to is a narrative that I keep seeing over and over again. I'm going to show you some other stuff here. Now, why is Rolo getting into this? Well, okay, here's the deal: is there is this misperception, I think, right now that guys in the quote unquote red pill community, whatever that means to you, there's this idea that there's this dichotomy, and what it comes down to is the madonna-whore complex, right? It's we want to freak in the sheets, but a lady on the streets. You can't turn a hoe in a house, whatever. It's this idea that we want like a porn star embedded, but we want a good mother for our children, which is not necessarily untrue. I understand that as far as a long-term commitment is in the offing anyways. But what I find funny about all this is the same guys anyways who talk about wanting a virgin or not wanting a girl who's run through at the very least, like having at least a low partner count, if not a no partner count. At least there's such an inconsistency going on. And by the way, yes, this comes back to redefining or trying to redefine what is red pill, what is black pill, what is MGTOW, what are doomers, what is SpergTOW, what is doomTOW. I don't know, whatever the hell to even call it at this point, because at this point, I think the conflation is complete. The conflation between black pill nihilism and despondency and the ruinous powers of black pill doomers. Now that is the red pill, right? Hey, we came a long time before. No, you didn't. I can show you posts from back in 2004 when you were still in diapers and I was using the term red pill. So let's cut the bullshit here first. Now, second of all, I'm always going to be running defense on that. So that's going to be number one. But the other thing is, like, whenever we have Big Mo's in the house. You don't even have to give me a super chat. There you go. I know. Sorry. Should I keep using that? Maybe that's like a fresh and fit thing. By the way, me and Chris Pogson, we trade sound drops like Pokemon cards. Lewis Shady, thank you. You get one too. Anything $50 and above is going to get a special sound drop for that. But as I was saying, the idea that guys don't want a woman who's run through, but then there's this sort of dichotomy. And I think of course, it's getting pointed out by the Red Pill Women's Rotary Club, which is what it eventually ends up becoming. The Red Pill Women's Rotary Club is now wondering why it is that men are conflicted in the Red Pill, and they say they want a virgin bride, but at the same time they still want Brandy Love or who's a hot porn star right now? Come on, somebody give me. I don't even know it. I don't know them by names. Like Brandy Love's the only one I know because it's through Sterling Cooper. But I mean, name a porn star. Right. They want a porn star in bed, but they want a good mom for their kids and everything else. And I understand it's the same thing as like women wanting to balance alpha fucks and beta bucks with hypergamy. I get that. But there's a different methodology between men and women, and we're also living in a gynocentric social order. So yes, are some guys conflicted about that? I'm sure. But they're not the guys going, every one of those girls on Access Vegas, they're all fives. I would never approach any of those girls because I have too much respect for myself. I'm never going to do that. Those guys, they're not the ones that you need to concern yourself with, ladies of the Red Pill Rotary Club. So keep that in mind as I move on through Tracy Lords. Tracy Lords, come on now. Wait, that deserves something. I don't know here.
Say my name.
Tracy Lords, Jesus. I don't even know. I'm glad to say I don't even know too. Anyways, so as far as virginity is concerned, I think it's something, the reason why we're having this conversation in the first place is I think it's very overblown in the doom pill, Spurgtau, black pill, but the more nihilistic corners of the manosphere. It is very overblown. And so what happens, of course, is then you have the ladies of the women's Red Pill Rotary Club want to point, once they make the transition out of the red pill, that's when all of these things is like, well, here's a schism. Here's a problem I have with the red pill. It's like, do you not think we've been having this conversation before you decided to turn yourself into red pill and then not into red pill? Do you think that we've never covered this ground before? Really? I mean, like, tell me what you think. Because I'll be happy to explain things for you in great detail about how we've already talked about this stuff for a very long time. Hell, even Roosh has talked about this. He said, man, damn it. I wish I would have had this before Showtime. He did this one post, and I believe he probably took it off his website now, but it's probably archived somewhere. If somebody wants to dig this up for me, they can. But he once did he did a very, I won't say insightful post about why he has written, or he had at the time written, lay guides for Denmark and Uruguay, South America at least, Brazil, Estonia, Poland, and all that. And because people kept throwing this question at him, and the question was this: how can you advocate for spinning plates? How can you advocate for getting your notch count up, which I don't, but how can you advocate for dating non-exclusively? How can you advocate for casual sex, which I am not advocating for casual sex. I'm saying that guys are going to do it regardless of whether I advocate or I don't. But how can you advocate for all that, the sinful side, and then say, well, but I want a girl who's not run through. I want a girl who's got a low body count. Now, I don't know if somebody can provide me with the link or a clip or a quote or a copy and paste it from my website where I have said, oh yeah, guys should look for virgins before they commit to marriage. Find that for me, and I don't know, I'll eat crow. No problem. In fact, I'll call it out. If you can find the instance in my illustrious 20 years of doing this in the Manosphere, if you can find one of those instances where I have said that, I want to see it, because I don't think I ever have. I have done the promiscuity shows with Myron and Fresh, why a woman's body count actually does matter. In fact, we just talked about that on Access Vegas on Friday. Anyway, for men, it's not as big an issue. We talked about that. I don't have it queued up. I could go look for it. But the idea that a man's body count is not as significant, is a non-factor. It's irrelevant or if anything, a virgin guy is probably like kind of sus, where like a guy who has had girlfriends in the past, or a guy who knows his, I'm going to quote Sterling Cooper, a guy who knows his way around a woman's body and knows how to get her off, and knows that woman on some level of consciousness knows that that dude has been with other women before, because he learned that somewhere and had the like pre-selection, had the approval of other women to the point where he got good at having sex, and now she's benefiting from that. So it's not about like a guy's body count. I mean, unless it's like really, through in the thousands, like the fat kid in Brazil, apparently. I don't know how his wife is cool with that, but unless it's in like a really, triple, quadruple digits, it's really a non-issue. And if anything, it's only an issue if the guy has like very little experience. In fact, we asked that of the girls on Access Vegas. We said, hey, is a guy with a high body count, is that a big deal to you? And you know what the response was? It wasn't about the actual sex that the guy was having. It was, are those bitches, his previous girls, are those bitches still in the same city? Am I going to run into these girls at the club? Do I know them in my circle of friends? That's what they were primarily concerned about, not the body count, but the embarrassment of getting with this guy and maybe seeming like the next skank in his roster, and having to face these girls at the club, or I don't know, at Bible study. I don't know, wherever the social situation is. That was the primary concern. So they would say, well, I don't want to go with the guy who's like, I don't want to get with the guy who doesn't have, he's a virgin, but I don't want to get with the guy who's like over the top. He's not a man whore, right? And I think it's interesting because it's kind of contextual. The reason why I put Jedediah Bila's clips in here is that's probably something I'm going to get into with her when we finally get together and I'm live in the studio with her. And we're talking about feminism and motherhood, and probably we'll get into the topic of abortion. I plan on really hitting that one hard when I get there, because I did see the exchange between Jedediah and Destiny while I was in Vegas, anyways. And I'll say this: you both lost. You both lost. You both lose. You know why you both lost? Because you both got in your feels. Destiny got in his feels, you got in your feels, Jedediah. Sorry, not sorry. If you want to win that debate, you don't need belief. You don't need ethics. You don't need moralism. You don't need abortion is murder. You don't need little pictures of dying fetuses. You don't need that. You know what you need? All you need to do is this: say, what is the latent what is the purpose? What is the function of abortion? That's the only question you need to ask. It's a fail-safe for bad reproductive choices. Bam. Bye. See ya. Thanks for playing.
Bye, Felicia.
Yep. That's all. That you start with that and you stay empirical and you stay with the numbers. You will crush any pro-lifer or pro-choicer. I will, however you want to use it. Stay empirical, stay rational, and shove their noses in it. That's all you had to do. But no, everybody goes, well, you're just making appeals to emotion. Well, but what about belief? What about this? It's like, I was just shaking my head. I almost had to. I watched the whole thing, but it was like I kind of through my teeth. I watched the whole thing. I'm having a disagreement with a friend over the iron rule of Tomasi number 4. What data and studies can I send him that support your conclusion? That would be never shack up. Shacking up, is that the one? Let me come back to that. That's actually a pretty good question. I'll star you and come back to you, my friend. Church of Petro, Church of the Holy Gasoline. What octane is your church? Good God. Okay, I got it. All right, I think I got back to damn son. Thank you. You didn't give me anything to read there, Sean, but Sean, you get your name and you get to be shouted out. That goes to Ned's College Fund. Thank you very much. So when we look at the differences in promiscuity between men and women, there is not only is there a gendered difference, but there's also this perceptual difference. And I think one of the crux of the back and forth that I had with the girls on Access Vegas about this, when we say, are you bothered by a guy with a high body count? Well, only if I have to deal with the social ramifications of that. That's the number one priority. That's why it's not the sex itself, because in the end, women want a guy that other men want to be and other women want to bang. Okay, well, that is at least one factor in the criteria that makes up for a high value man. He has to be someone that other women would really desire. And it helps if he knows about that, actually. But women, of course, say, "Oh, I don't want to, I don't want to know." But like that's also the other thing is like, I hope he doesn't tell me about his past lays. By the way, which confirms Iron Rule of Tomasi number 2. I wish I would have said this right in the middle of that show, because that's something I got like thrown at me from Alex from Playing with Fire when he was paid by Anthony Johnson to do hit piece videos on me. And that's what I was saying. Exactly right from their mouths to the ears of God. I don't want to hear about it. That was like it. I know that Tiana said that, and I do know that Stephanie said that. Why would I want to hear about that? I don't want to hear about what his sexual past is about. Why? Why is that? Because then, of course, it's like there's a chick that's at the party. There's a chick that's at the club. There's a chick that's at Bible study. There's a chick that's at school. And she doesn't want to have to look that girl in the eye and say, I'm the next in line. That she doesn't want to have to do that. That's what it's about for them anyways. Confirms Iron Rule of Tomasi number 2 live on Access Vegas. Please be there around for the next one. Got divorced 4 years ago. Went deep into red pill and slept around a bit. Everything was good. Just started sleeping with my ex-wife. What happened? You want the sure thing. That's what happened. And by the way, I love your Av there. Isn't that Emerald Bay? You want the sure thing. Why did I go back to my ex? Because it's your safety blanket. It's the sure thing. If you get rejected, and by the way, this isn't just for exes, but if you put yourself out there and you keep running back to the same dude, women, by the way, if you keep running back to the same dude, if you keep, coming back to the quote unquote abusive boyfriend or whatever, because he fucks you the way that you like to be fucked. If you keep doing that, that's your sure thing. Because somewhere in the back of your head, you're going, you know what? I could go out there. I could put myself out there. I could put myself up for rejection. I could go and do all these things. I could take the risk of actually trying to get out there and find somebody better than this son of a bitch. But he's the sure thing. I know I'm going to get that. Guys do the same thing too, by the way. That's exactly what you're doing. I think I've got 2 essays on the sure thing. If I can dig those up, I will at some point. Thank you very much for that super chat, my good friend. And, Jagdpanzer auf. I love that too. It looks like a tank from that old game Ogre. I don't know if you guys are familiar. I love that game, by the way. It's like you say, it's not necessarily 100% about the numbers of dudes the girl has had. It's about the likelihood of a serious impression her previous top G's have made.
Say my name.
Yes, it is. It's not a numbers game. It's not how many dudes that she slept with. Now, of course, if she has slept with a lot more dudes, the incidence or the population count, the possibility that one of those guys or many of those guys who've left an alpha impression upon her is going to be the guy that she's alpha widowed from. In fact, it might have been a 1 hour. It might have been a 1 hour interview with Andrew Tate over a year and a half ago, and now you're suddenly an expert on him. You just can't get over him. 5 minutes of alpha trumps 5 years of beta. You're going to be dealing with that for at least 5 years, Leia. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm absolutely looking forward to it. Do you think there's a potential correlation between a woman with a low body count and the potential for a kill to party dynamic? Yes. Yeah. God damn it. You guys are coming up with good ones. I'm going to have to star that and come back. Yes, and yes. But I'll elaborate here in just a minute, or maybe I'll come to that during the discussion here. So yes, by the way, a higher body count promiscuity anyways in women is also positively correlated with the alpha widow dynamic. I don't think that that's any shock to any of my viewers, my readers, or anyone else for that matter. So yeah, you're right. Gotcha. But as far as like guys with a high body count, now, this is interesting to me because like I think it was like 2 episodes ago, Coach Greg Adams had a really good, or it was on the CGA versus Hafiz debacle on Adam Sosnick's show. And Adam actually came up with a pretty decent question. He's like, well, we already know that 70 to 80% of women file for divorce. what are some of the reasons why men would file for divorce? And of course, I ran down those reasons. The top two being, let's see, drug abuse and criminality. But yes, by the way, people are looking. I got those emails. Thank you very much. You can stop now. They were looking up. I will give you the data, the stats that I have for the criminality or the drug use and the criminality. Because if you go looking for that, you might get a Jezebel article, or you might get like a Huffington Post article where they're going to be very flowery and want to put cast women in the best light, so that because men are no different than women, so their reasons for divorcing have got to be exactly the same thing as women. So that's like sort of how we got to do an article for the guys. So, why would they do it? Well, here's why I would do it. So that must be the same reason why guys would do it. No. All right, Big Mo, you get one too. Every time you come on. It's not you. I just don't want to steal I don't want to steal that. That's like kind of like the signature sound drop. This is for Ned's College Fund. Thank you very much.
Say my name.
Sam Whiskey, keeping my boy off of OnlyFans. The more you give me super chats for Ned, the less likely it will be that I start at OnlyFans for Ned. It would be Greyhound porn. Anyways, getting back to this, so that conversation between Adam and Hafiz and CGA, when he asked that, I'm like, you know what? That kind of like gave me some food for thought. And recently I've been kind of put into these situations where I've kind of had to say, okay, well, what's the reverse of that? Like, why would a guy, how desperate would a guy need to be to actually file for divorce? Well, drug abuse and criminality, apparently. But then I was thinking about this too, because we got into this conversation on Friday with the girls. Does a man's body count actually make all that much difference to you? And of course, they want to say, well, as long as it's a social aspect, whatever, like that. That was one. And I've got some other ones that I kind of have been like sort of percolating right now. So if I go off on a tangent on one of those, you'll understand why. Because I'm starting to sort of say, you know what, like what's the opposite? And I tend not to. I try to sort of avoid that. If you guys saw the Access Vegas show when Jamie Lynn, well, by the way, she is a marriage therapist. I'm not exactly sure what her specialization is in. I don't know, but I know she's legit. I know she graduated from UNLV. I believe she has a doctorate. And she has her own practice and is a marriage therapist or a marriage counselor. I'm not really exactly sure what, but she's also done like prior to being Jamie Lynn. I know that she has done work like in the prison systems and other things as well. So I don't know if she's a clinician, but she's the real deal. But again, and you probably saw me do this, I called her out on this. I stopped her in her tracks. I said, stop. Do you see what you're doing? Because every time something unflattering about women's nature came to light, her default response was, well, what about men? I'm like, we're not talking about men. What about men? We can have that conversation later, but we're focusing right now on women. We're focusing on this particular issue. And I've gotten into the practice of stopping myself right now whenever I hear that, like, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? It's because it's this mentality of equalism that men and women are the same. And if they are not the same, then it's just a physicality issue. It's just like, the bits are different. The genitalia is different. Everything else is the same. And I also heard, I don't even know who this girl was. Someone was on Destiny's show. I kind of clicked through it. I didn't stick around long enough, but he had some feminist on there who was rambling on about how everything is the blank slate and everything is social constructionism. And I am like, it is 2022. What the fuck? What the fuck? I have to look at the time. What the fuck are you talking about? And it's like, when I hear stuff like that, I'm very sensitive to it. So I stopped her in her tracks and I said, look, men and women are different. Can we agree on that? Yes. And also, men and women are more different than we are alike. And let me count the ways for you. And that's a conversation that you can have. Like, again, you're going to go off on a tangent with that, but that needs to happen so that you can focus on the issue that you're talking about, because really what that is distraction. It's a redirect. So when you are in the midst of that, you have to make sure, stop. Do you see what you're doing? like keep that in mind. I think that ought to be part of people's like sort of red pill lens. Let's try the other camera. How's the other camera today? I put oh shit, it's still a little bit dark, isn't it? Damn it. Oh well. I put a different lens on that one here, so it's got a little. I think I'm at a 20 millimeter on that. Yeah, it looks good. Okay. Well, anyways, I had to give it a try. Excuse me. So let's keep going here. What's this? Definitely overhyped by some, but if hymens are a myth, why do women in Eastern Europe and Middle East pay many thousands for hymen reconstructive surgery? Who's doing that? Who is paying many thousands of dollars to do that, especially now? And is it still as popular as it used to be? I would like to see what the stats are and what the breakdown, the socioeconomic breakdown of women who are paying for that. And by the way, it's not just in the Middle East. I did a series of posts way back in the day. I want to say it was like 2012 or 2013. It was about women who wanted to be re-virginized, right? They gave their lives to the Lord, and so therefore they're a virgin in His eyes. And now all their past and all their sexual past should be erased and not be considered. And that the Lord has forgiven them. Why can't you? Right? There's this want for sort of absolution from that, and I when you go and you put it into a religious context, then I think it takes on a little bit more significance, or they think it takes on more significance. If hypergamy is a real thing, then why wouldn't a good idea be to sacrifice all freedoms to the man when married? It is a thing, but remember, reread that. It's a real thing, then why wouldn't it be a good idea to sacrifice all freedoms to the man when you're married? I don't know. What freedoms are we talking about? Can we enumerate those things? Can we figure out what the specifics are? Because when you start saying give up your freedom, by the way, which is a common refrain in the doom pill communities, repeal the 19th and all that. We need to disempower women. And really that is in my interpreting that message, to me, that sounds a lot like, it's just one more, like when women hear that today, particularly now in the post-sexual revolution, post-feminist, militant feminist world, it sounds like that is like you're saying, well, we should, it's like male supremacism now. It's not even patriarchy anymore. It's male supremacism. And I wish they would just feminists, if you're going to go all the way, if you're going to be hardcore about things, if you're going to talk about the blank slate and social constructionism and it's all the patriarchy's fault, stop calling it patriarchy. Really, that's a 20th century term, and it's been dead for a long time. Just start calling it male or masculine supremacy, because that's what you really mean when you say stuff like that. So when we say, oh, well, how come women wouldn't want to just give up all the rights and submit to that guy? Well, I'll tell you why. Because in an age where women have unlimited access to attention, in an age where women think they are, in an age where women suffer from the paradox of choice in the global sexual marketplace, at least in that sense, when the belief is, and their egos are built by the idea that maybe he's not the one, maybe I should make sure that he's not in my Instagram shots, even though he's a professional soccer player. Maybe I should, hedging their bets in this era where they're doing that. If you say something like that, or if you think something like that, or even if the woman agrees with you, every bitch on Instagram is going to go, oh, you're teaching young ladies not to be prepared. And what if he's not the right one? And what if it's feed them fear, sell them security. And the security in this case, really, since the post-sexual revolution, since the sexual revolution, security for women is get your shit on point, get the money together, get your security together, get your education together, you can't have a kid. That's okay. You be a proud single mom by choice. Let's build, it's the strong, independent woman narrative. That's the security, the fantasy of security, I should say, the perception of security that we sell to women and have been doing so effectively, really since about 1967, I think. You've come a long way, baby. Some women are becoming the men that they wanted to marry. Gloria Steinem, 1971. We're still selling them on the security that they don't need no man for long-term security. And in most cases, they're right. And so what happens is they don't need a man. They want a man. Okay, who do they want? They want Jason Momoa. They want the hot guy in the foam cannon party. They want Justin Waller. They want the guy who's going to rock their world in bed. That's what they want, because they got no use for a guy who can't provide those value-added benefits that would make them worth considering that they used to do prior to the sexual revolution. That's why. And that is why you see young ladies like this talking about this.
Body count matters. If you're with a guy and he fucked the whole city before you, what are you thinking? What are you doing?
I have such a double standard with body count because with guys, I'm like, if he's like all over town having sex with every girl, that definitely like turns me off. But if a girl's doing it, like I don't really think it's that big of a deal.
That's what you get. That's what you get in an era where women don't need a man, but they want a man. Who do they want? Well, they don't want a guy with a big high body count, but it's okay if she's an OnlyFans girl. It's okay if she's hedging her bets and only putting pictures of herself on Instagram and not her boyfriend or her high value apex alpha guy on Instagram. Nothing stops that. There's very little that can buffer that. So when you're in that era, you want to know why we're still having this conversation in 2022. And by the way, we have been having this conversation at least since 2012, because I can remember talks when I was talking to, what was her name from Hooking Up Smart? I can't remember her name. Aunt Giggles. If anybody knows, if you're familiar with my blog, you'll know who I'm talking. Suzanne Walsh. That's who it was. I had the same conversation back in 2012, 10 years ago. Exactly the same one. Oh, hookup culture. There is no hookup culture. There is no hookup culture for the 80% of guys who are sexless. There is no hookup culture. There is a hookup culture for women. Definitely. There's a hookup culture for these girls.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I think a lot of girls feel the same way.
Yeah. But I don't, I mean, if they're like 100% dedicated to the person they want to be with, I don't think body count is a big deal at all.
Yeah.
Right. Well, okay. Now, that is something that goes against like our biological imperatives. That's our evolutionary firmware. We have to condition ourselves past that to actually accept that. The social meme, if you know anything about memetics, that's a meme, but it's the normalizing of a behavior set that in some way is counterintuitive to what, at least in our evolutionary past, would have been effective as an adaptation for reproduction or survival. And so we have to convince ourselves that it's okay that a woman has a high body count. But yet we're still going to magically put the onus on guys to have a low body count. And like she was saying, I have such a double standard on that. And again, we asked, as I said, we asked a similar question, the girls on Access Vegas. It wasn't so much about the body count as it was about the social ramifications of that. That is very telling. Very, very telling. So that's one side of the equation. Now let's go to the other side of the equation. Now we're going to go to the men's side, because I promised you I would, right? How do we get the insights or thoughts of women who aren't the type to want to go on a podcast like FNF or Access Vegas? Well, what would you like me to do, NJK, anonymous dude on the internet? What would you like me to do? I got this. By the way, you're not the first one to throw that comment out there. How do we get the insights and thoughts of women who aren't the type? Who's the type? What type? What type would you like to be on the show? I want to know. This is only a second show. I would love to know. Again, if these girls are 5s, show me what a 6 is. I don't want a girl who's got, it would be so great if we could get the insights of a girl who, or they would say that, we don't need these ratchet hoes. You had Miss Nevada, literally 2019, Tiana, Miss Nevada. We got her on there. We got, let's see, we had Stephanie Cook, marriage-minded, good-looking girl, takes care of her sister's kids, and has been really kind of put through the ringer in life, but still has a good attitude about things and still wants to get married, wants to fall in love. She wants to do exactly what you guys say all the time. So now we're going to cross over. Thank you for that, because now we're going to cross over. Okay, how do I get the insight of women who aren't like that type? What type? Would you like me to go and say, okay, in fact, I'll put this out there right now. Ladies, if you're watching this and you live in like Tulsa, Oklahoma, or you live in like Butte, Montana, or you live in the Amish Dutch country of Pennsylvania, and you're watching them for whatever miraculous reason you're watching this, would you please come and be on Access Vegas with us? Because we really want your insights. Because I will tell you this, at every single time, whether it's Fresh and Fit, whether it's my show, whether it's I'm kind of cautiously lurking on whatever podcast, which is sort of like the white boy version of Fresh and Fit right now. Or even if you go and you look at Pearl's show, or if you look at some of these other shows that are kind of in that template, what girls do you want to see? Because nothing, absolutely nothing, will satisfy. And that's exactly what I was talking about. And that's exactly why women will say, oh, these guys want these girls who are recreational use only. But then they also say that they want a girl who's going to be a good mother for their children, and then blah, blah, blah. Like it's that Madonna-whore complex. Okay, fine. So we can get you the whores. What is the Madonna? What does that look like to you? No implants? Okay. No Botox? Okay. I don't think, I'm pretty sure Tiana didn't have Botox. Like, she doesn't look like a Bratz doll. Well, a little pinched nose and big lips and everything. I don't know why that people think that that's attractive, but whatever it is, what it is. Yeah, it doesn't look like a Bratz doll. Okay, fine. We can find that for you. Then what? What else? Low body count? Okay. Well, what if we find okay, ladies, if you're going to be on the holiness show, if you're going to be on the insights and thoughts of women who aren't like that type show. Okay, here's the criteria. You have to be, 23. Would that be okay? Or does she have to be younger than that? 18. You can't have a body count of more than what, 1, 2? Or is that too much for you? Okay, so what's the criteria for that whose insights that you would want to hear and you would want to take to heart, and you go, oh, thank goodness there's this girl in a sundress and a sun hat somewhere out there for me. What does that look like? What does she look like to you? Does she look like Allie Drummond? Or at least the old Allie Drummond? Does she look like that? What does she look like? What does she sound like? What is she doing with her life? What does that look like to you? That is like the opposite of these girls that you, of course, don't want to have anything to do with, right? Who aren't the type who want to go on a podcast like, yeah, okay, well, guess what? They all want to go on a podcast because they're all seeking attention. All women are hypergamous. How they exercise that, the context in which they exercise that is always in flux, but women are always hypergamous. And that's like I think that's like sort of the thorn that goes along with the rose that you think you got in your hand. All women are hypergamous. Even your virgin bride, even the girl who you think is like the holiest of the holy, and your Virgin Mother Mary, the girl whose hymen is still intact, she's still hypergamous. So who does she look like? Somebody give me that archetype. I really want to know, because I will get that girl on here for you. And you know what? It'll probably be the lowest watched show in the history of this type of show. I guarantee you. You think it would be that interesting? Because I don't. I'm looking for it. I actually answered a question like that in one of the comments for actually both of these shows. When are we going to get real women in there? Okay, well, you said that we did. Okay, granted, we don't have girls with circus tits or whatever that, but we got Miss Nevada. We got Steph, who's like, by the way, I mean, they're all models, right? Of course, everyone. Is there a girl on Instagram who's not a model technically? Yes, we got Jamie Lynn on there. Jamie Lynn is a very attractive. And by the way, Jamie Lynn's about 38 years old, just so you know. Anybody who goes to her Instagram can see that. Yes. Does she have implants? Yes. Does she have collagen? Yes. Does she have a doctorate in psychology, of some sort of psychology? Yes. So you don't want to listen to her insight because she's got big tits. Because I called her on a lot of bullshit. I called her on a lot of the woo-woo magical stuff. I love her to death. I think she's great, but I stopped her in her tracks with that. And I think that me and Mike have a policy right now. So if we hear like astrology or energy, I'm the first one who's going to say, well, are we doing that right now? Because we can go there now if you want to. Just a thought, the person who posted about sleeping with their ex, is there a male version of the alpha widow, or just a lack of options? Just a lack of options, more or less. It's not, they're like most guys. You got to remember that most men, when it comes to because you're casting this in the context of sex, most guys, when it comes, like, men and women view sex differently. They approach sex differently. They have sex for different reasons. Most guys will go back to the sure thing. So they will definitely go back to the sure thing. But is it because that they think that she's the one? Maybe I would say a percentage of guys will do that because they've been feminized to believe that. But again, that girl will cease to be the one if a hotter girl comes along, rocks his world, and then he falls in love with her. So men can dissociate the sex act from the emotional investment, which women have a really tough time doing. Let's see. What else you got here? Why do women reject some guys but later regret it and reject some guys, later regret it and try to come back? Hypergamous doubt. It's kind of the reverse of buyer's remorse is what it is. The reason why is because whatever they thought was going to be a better deal than the dude that they rejected, that doesn't pan out. Then they're like, oh man, oh shit, I should have said yes. Oh shit, I should have gone back there. But the problem with that is when guys are in that situation, you weren't her first choice. And I would always say, nah, bye, because any desire that comes after that is always going to be mitigated. Okay, keep going. So anyway, I wanted to talk about the opposite side of this, and thank you for that one, because it kind of gets back to the guys who are like saying, well, I want a good girl from the Dutch country in Pennsylvania. I want an Amish girl, right? That's a very rare animal. Very rare animal. That's why I titled today's show, You Will Not Marry a Virgin. You probably won't, assuming you get married at all. The likelihood of you marrying a virgin, and I know I got all my Muslim brothers are going to be like, well, I'm going to marry a virgin. The likelihood, I don't know for sure, but the likelihood is that going forward into the future, that's going to become less and less likely. By the way, Pastor Mark Driscoll, that dude thought he was marrying his virgin bride. Turns out she'd got with another guy before. Go look that up. Guys who want to use Hafiz, who want to use like Pastor Mark Driscoll as some sort of like paragon of the new masculinity and Christianity or the red pill. Go look that up and go look and see if he's like, look up those sermons where he's talking about that. And you tell me if you think he's unhinged or not. What do you got here? Uncle, why do girls always wear less on Halloween weekend? Because it's a license to skank. All I see are women being inappropriate today. Why is that inappropriate? It's Halloween, man. Do you know what my Halloween costume is? I will, you know what? I'm not going to say what because it's the same one every year. I'll post, I will tell you what, and I've never done this, but I will for you. I will post one picture on my Instagram of what my Halloween costume is tomorrow on my Instagram. Look for it. Wait for it. You're going to want to. You won't even know it's me. It could be anybody, actually. Check it out, and I'll explain it in the text part of that. But that's another thing. What's inappropriate? So what's the threshold of appropriateness for a Halloween costume for a girl? Is it the slutty nurse? That's over the top. I can't have that. Is it the cave woman? The candy striper? Is it the what is it? What's the threshold between like appropriate and inappropriate? Because if you go and ask a guy like Andrew Tate and you say, well, what's an appropriate costume for a woman on Halloween? He's going to say, why? You're an adult. Why are you dressing up for Halloween? Gee. You can go to that extreme. Why are you celebrating Halloween? It's a pagan holiday of the dead and you're worshiping Satan. Okay, well, to that guy, inappropriate is going to be, well, anything. That's what I want to know. What's appropriate and what's not appropriate? What's the good girl look like to you? You know, pancake tits, no implants, no Botox, no makeup, very little makeup. I don't know what's the threshold of makeup, right? Takes care of herself, is in the gym. Yeah, clearly that's going to have to be on there on the list. You don't want a fat girl because that's out the window, right? But you tell me, like, what's the benchmark? Like, what's the, am I hot or not? Oklahoma. Is that where you want me to go? Should I go and petition Oklahoma? Let's see. Butte, Montana. Salt Lake City. How about Salt Lake City? Is that a good place to go look for normal girls? The Midwest somewhere. There we go. Big Mo. We've had many girls from all backgrounds, from high school diplomas to PhDs, 44 states, over 100 countries. I have those statistics on tap if you would like to see those. All races, religions, marital status. occupations, etc. And the detractors are just disingenuous. And yes, they are. And that's why I'm so glad you did that, because I hear that all the time. And from whenever somebody throws that at me, I go, nah, dude, I got the stat. You want to see the raw numbers? Because I got the numbers for you. And they're like, well, it's a podcast. It's only women who would want to go on a podcast. That's all of them, more or less. I mean, because the age range is, at least since I've been on the show, and I've been on Fresh and Fit since January of 2021 when they were at 20,000 subs. And I know the demographics. I know certainly the age demographics. I've been on the show with the girls who are at least 19. Bad idea. And I think Amanda, what was Amanda? Giga Karen. I believe she was like 38. She was pushing 40. I don't think have you guys ever had a girl on the show who was over 40? That would be interesting. Oh wait, you've had Janelle on there, so that you have had someone over 40 on there. So I mean, yeah, can't go that route. Give me another one. Get Just Pearly Things on there. She's bland as fuck. No, not going to have pearly things on. Thank you very much. Hey Rolo, thank you. Hey Rolo, I have a girlfriend right now. The dynamic is she going to CGL for CPU coding, okay, and will be their dollar earner, okay, a high dollar earner. I am in the Army and I feel lost, i.e. no direction in life. I'd like to keep her because I feel I won't get more or anyone else. Okay, that's a scarcity mentality, my friend. What do I do in this situation? If you have a girlfriend and you are deployed and you are in the military or whatever, like, it's going to be hard for you to hear this, but you know what? Here, I'll let someone else tell you. Get out. Start to spin more plates, my friend. You know what the cure to that is? Spin more plates, my friend. Date non-exclusively, my friend. I'm not saying fuck anything on two legs. I'm just saying date non-exclusively. Don't be monogamous until you get to be about 29 or 30 years old. Okay. Now, is that a prescription? I'm not saying it's a prescription. I'm saying if it's right for you, then go ahead and do that. But it seems to me like that would be a best practices for a guy in your situation, simply because you are suffering from a scarcity mentality. How do you get over that in the military? That's going to be really tough. What I would say is you got to understand, like, if here's the knowing is half the battle, G.I. Joe. What's the other half? Violence. No, what's the other half? Is doing something about it. Change your mind about yourself. Get into it. I mean, get yourself in shape. Like, develop your own value. Stop worrying about what a girlfriend, and by the way, probably a long distance girlfriend now, is thinking or caring or whatever else. You can't be that dude. You can't be the guy who's like has an invisible friend. And that's what long distance relationships are. You have an invisible friend who's looking over your shoulder all the time in your head. That's gaslighting yourself is really what it is. But get out. Okay. Trying to keep up with these. What can a 21-year-old do to build his alpha fucks? Okay, we'll come back to that. That is off topic, and I will come back to you later on. Edward, you definitely want a hot girl with a low lay count, but you can also still imprint on them with good game. Yes, you can. Girls have at least 10 and up. You know what's funny is, like, I know that there are girls who probably would agree with, I think a vast majority of them would, but you'll notice that, here's another thing, by the way, that I learned. I already knew this, but I had to hold the girls on the show to this, is like, you will see, and I've written several essays about this, and I think I've done some full, actually I have. I've done the solipsism shows on this. And yes, women have innate solipsism. You want to know how I know that? Because in every instance, wherever there's something that is unflattering to women that comes out, it's an empirical data. Women are like this. Most women, here's the percentage of women who will cheat on their boyfriends, something like that. Anything that like reveals hypergamy or reveals the game or reveals the mating strategy, anything that is unflattering to women, what's the first thing they do? Well, they'll go, oh, well, men do it too, and it's worse. That's number one. The other thing is they want to, they will tell you, or they will come up with some anecdotal story and say, well, not in my case, because let me tell you why. And in the let me tell you why, where they're telling you about some personal experience they had, which is why they're not like that, you have to remember that that is evidence. That is a manifestation of women's innate solipsism. Thank you. End of story. Go fuck yourself, Kevin Ray Wilder, and your solipsism shit. Seriously, that you can see it on display in every freaking show that is of that template, right? Here's an experiment for you. Whenever you see that, I ask like reveal something about women's like innate nature on Twitter, on Instagram, and then watch the responses, because what the first thing out of women's mouth is like, well, not in my case. Not all women are like that, right? Not in my case, and here's why. And so their case becomes the universal standard for all women. So when you reveal like unflattering truths, unflattering facts, I'm going to say truth, unflattering facts, unflattering data about female nature, women take that personally. Why? Because they have an innate sense of female solipsism. That's why. I can't have people thinking that I'm like the rest of these bitches. Let me tell you why I'm not like that. That's the default response. It's a hindbrain, knee-jerk, reflexive response. When you see that, call that shit out. At the very least, recognize it in your head, make a mental note of it, because that's what you're seeing displayed right then and there, because it's an emotional appeal. I'm not really like that. I'm not a slut like those other sluts. Here, let me tell you why I'm not a slut. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying here's the facts and the data. I don't want to be associated with that. I don't want to be associated with the fact that most incarcerated men are people incarcerated are men, or they're violent offenders. I don't like that either. It sucks. But I'm not going to go, as a man, I'm a very peaceful man, and I want to let you know that I go to the top of Tibetan mountains and I meditate on nonviolence and passive resistance. Let that be like me saying that. So call that out when you see that. Their butts are out, Uncle Rolo. The yams are hanging. There you go. There's that attention you wanted. The yams are hanging. What is it about big butts, man? Everybody I know has a big butt. What movie? What movie? Somebody will know it. If your girl advertises her physical attraction assets, she's not your girl. Yeah, it's just your term. Commodifying that. And by the way, that's what I wanted to. Thank you for bringing that up as well. You'll notice what happened when I asked, when we got to the question about would you sell your virginity for $3.5 million? Somebody, I forget who gave me that super chat on the show. Would you sell your virginity for $3.5 million, or would you go back through? Would you want to relive the first time you ever had sex? Would you give that up, but instead make $3 million selling your virginity to some, I don't know, Saudi oil sheik or something like that? I don't know what. And what's interesting to me is, like, in hindsight, most of it, I think 2 out of 3 girls, right, said that they would. I'm not sure. I'm not sure Jamie Lynn was very specific about that. But it's like, they kind of had to well, let me explain to you why I would, right? I know it sounds bad, but let me tell you why I would, because I have extenuating circumstances as to why I need that $3.5 million. And my first time was really horrible. Right. So let me continue down the list here. I'm trying to stay on top. What are your top 5 books recommended to men? I have said that 1 billion times, but I'll come back. I'll get back to you. 50% knowing, 25% red lasers, 25% red lasers. Thank you. Keep going. Catch up. Imperator for Ned to stave off the Hypergamy. Thank you very much. You know what? That was cute. Okay. Yes, I am the God Emperor of the Manosphere. I am the master of mankind. That's my preferred pronoun, which, by the way, I love misgendering people on Twitter now. It's awesome. Thank you, Elon Musk. Unrelated, but it's been on my mind. Have there been attempts in the red pill sphere to build bridges on women's dating coaches? Attempts, yes. Successes? No, there have not. I sometimes watch Matt Hussey. Oh, God. Jesus. These are good off topic. Let me come back to you, okay? Continuing here, I wanted to show you a couple of other things. Why did I put this in? Oops, wait a minute. Got to go back. Sorry, let me rewind.
You're above all that, are you? It's just a piece of paper. That's your argument.
I am waiting with bated breath. A bated breath. That's how you're supposed to say it. I'm waiting with a bated breath to see this thing on marriage. This is going to be great. You know what I think would be funny is if you watched this series, which by the way is going to be on Daily Wire. You had to know this was coming. Trust me. Trust your old Uncle Rollo here. I am going to eviscerate this. And you know how I'm going to do it? I'm going to do a clips montage of Peterson versus Peterson. That's what I'm going to. I'm not going to say a goddamn thing. I'm going to say here, Peterson 2018, Peterson 2012, Peterson 1986, Peterson 2022, Daily Wire years. Oh yeah, we're going to go there, but I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to put forth the clips. That's all I have to do. Hey man, I just work here. That'd be a lot of work, but I'm just work here. Peterson versus Peterson. Watch for it. And you know that it's coming. But what I love about this is, hey man, it's just a piece of paper. You know where that came from? That came from the 1970s when people started shacking up together. That's what, that's what the boomer generation used to excuse, like moving in together, like cohabitation with. Hey man, we're not into that marriage stuff anymore, man. It's just like a piece of paper. We don't need that. Our love is eternal. We have this very spiritual cosmic connection. We don't need a piece of paper. We don't need any of that. And then she goes off, and it's almost like if you ever watch Forrest Gump, when the chick is in like the 70s and they're in the or 60s and 70s when she's at like Woodstock and everything, like that's the mentality. Who says that anymore? No one cares. It's not about being a piece of paper or anything like that. You maybe the boomers might go, oh, what's he talking about? Zoomers, Gen Z, what? What's this? Who cares? They don't want to get married for a lot more different reasons than just having a piece of paper, a contractual arrangement. It's horseshit. And it's the exact same vernacular that was used, 1975, when everybody started. Well, as soon as hormonal birth control was made widely available, and as soon as divorce rates spiked at the same time, hey man, we don't need that. We're hippies, man. We're good with it. We don't need a piece of paper to symbolize our love. We don't need a ring, man. All we need is these promise bracelets or whatever the hell it is, right? Like that's where you're going. I know where that's from. I also know where Gloria Steinem's quotes come from too. We're still using that language. Stop it. It's the 21st century, my friend.
I'm going to tell you the truth.
That's funny because just last show, when we were, critically analyzing Hafiz Bokau, whatever, he's going to tell you the truth. I think that's funny. I thought no one person, no one doctrine, no one philosophy has the truth. Curiouser and curiouser.
You might say, well, I want to be free to pursue what I want to pursue. Satisfying your lust, you're satisfying your gluttony, you're satisfying your envy. What makes...
Wow, that's three of the 7 deadly sins. You're not getting married because you want to engage in these 7 deadly sins, which by the way, all have the latent purpose of survival. They're all survival adaptations. Just saying. I mean, when you look at that from an empirical sense, when you look at that from an evolutionary psychology perspective, that's wow. You are guilty of at least 3 of the 7 deadly sins. Can we throw pride in there? Can we throw avarice? Oh, maybe not avarice. I don't know if that would work. Can we throw something else in there? Gluttony, envy, lust. I don't get any love. Let me explain to you something. As a man who has been married for 26 years, lust is at the top of my list within my marriage. I do everything I possibly can to inspire lust in my wife. Lust works. How about greed? Can we throw the greed in there as well? I don't know. Maybe not. Certainly not for guys. Women, maybe we can throw greed in the marriage contract for women, or for not wanting to get, in that you're following your passions. No, those are the 7 deadly sins, my friend. Those are passions.
You think that those aren't gods that are ruling you. It's not just a metaphor that marriage is the bedrock of society.
Finally, something I agree with. It's not just a metaphor. Yes, it's the most practical way of really, form. Families are your first tribe. Yes, you are absolutely correct about that. There are actually empirical, objective reasons why men and women are. God, I love that. That was a good cut, man. Jesus. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I got to screen cap that. That was too good. Oh, man, that's really good. Here, hold on. We got to screen cap that one. That was when you see it, you got to do it. No, I mean, just to say is like, he's correct. Wow. Who could have said something like that in the past? Who could have had a debate with some evangelical Christian guy? What horrible satanic cult, Lucifer Morningstar cultist, cult leader could have said socially enforced monogamy is the bedrock of Western society. Where have I heard that before? Seems like it happened in July on Saucecast with a certain guy with a poodle haircut. I don't know. You call it just one of those crazy guys here. One of those crazy guys.
Society. I was a therapist for a long time, and I talked to a lot of people about their marriages. I've been married 33 years as of 2 days ago, and it's gone pretty damn well. You see what it would be like to care for someone.
Okay. That right there is going to be very interesting. And I hate to say it because I try not to be petty. I try not to run people up the flagpole if I can help it. I'm not trying to dissuade anyone from marriage. You guys know that. I've already done the marriage show. I did it just on my second pass with Hafiz not too long ago. And I think that's the number one thing right now. What I find interesting is hold on a second. All right, what are you on? 12. Thank you, Soralita. I see you're back. Thank you, my spicy. You're from the islands, right? Soralita. Are you from Aruba? No, you're from St. Martin. I don't know. Spicy. That's a spicy take. Thank you for your spicy take. This is also a spicy take. Suprolo, is it possible that there's a correlation between a woman's ability or lack thereof to facilitate a healthy relationship with a man if she has commodified her sexuality? Yes. And I'm glad, you know what? We're coming back to you. That was actually pretty good. That's in my notes today. Well, I will come back to you as well. Geez, now I'm up to 9. Last one here. Who's your favorite warhammer? Magnus the Red. Thank you very much. And that's it. Character or Primarch? Character, I would say Karn the Betrayer is my favorite character, but my favorite Primarch, Magnus the Red. Anyways, let's see. Let me keep going. This is too good.
You see what it would be like to have someone care for you and value you.
Okay, so one of the things I have never done, and I'm going to get rid of this. I think it's time to pull that out entirely. One of the things you will never see me do is I will never have my wife on this show. I will never bring my daughter on this show. Now, there are people who have met my wife. In fact, thank you, Justin Waller, very much for the highest compliments that you could give a guy in that I think in the last AMA that he did from Dubai, by the way. He just stopped the show in the middle of it, and he said, because I threw in a super chat just to say, hey, fuck you. But in the middle of that, he was saying, Raul Tomasi, I've met his wife. He married well. She is gracious. She's loving. She's nurturing. She is intelligent. She is still sexy in their 50s. And Raul Tomasi married well. That is I think that is a high compliment for one guy to give another guy. Right? But you will not see me ever use my wife in any of my material. You will never see me saying, "Oh, we're gonna do a series on relationships. I'm gonna bring the little lady up on stage here, and it's just so you guys know that I'm cool." That is not gonna happen. It's not because Roland must be embarrassed. No, actually, I'm quite proud of her and the people who have met her live in real time. And I'm trying to think who has. That would be certainly Justin Waller has. Sterling Cooper has, Tom, who's their boy. I'm trying to think who else. If you've met my wife, you know what I'm talking about. So I don't have to. It's not like I don't have to prove anything in that sense. However, I've been married for 26 years, and so I think my marriage certainly stands up to the scrutiny here. And you'll notice that I don't use my wife. We discussed my wife, by the way, on Access Vegas just a little bit. And of course, it was like in the context of like, oh, high value men should cheat. Well, what if you're a high value man and you don't cheat? Does that mean you're a cuck? Does that mean you're a blue pill? So, well, he didn't. He cheat. You know, he should have. You will hear. By the way, and this is not me. This is from Kiyosaki's mouth. Kiyosaki will say, I should have cheated. You know, especially now at 75, and he's, you know, Kim was his soulmate. He'll tell. Gosh, he said it live on several different instances. He's like, I should have cheated. I never cheated, and I should have. You're not going to hear that from Rolla Tomasi, because I have a really good relationship. I respect my wife. And the other thing is I have lots of opportunity. I had opportunity this last weekend. I had opportunity when I worked in wine and spirits. I had opportunity when I worked in casino marketing all the time. Beautiful people, beautiful women, beautiful babies. No. Well, you must not have opportunity. Yeah, you're a cuck. You must have the wrong mindset. No, I don't have a reason. I have lots of opportunity. I have no reason. But you're not going to see me do the show where it's like, oh, Rollo, you need to really reinforce marriage and say, I'm going to do my best Jordan Peterson. You know, I've been married for 26 years. And let me tell you, it's great to have someone care about. Yeah, okay, duh. It's great to have somebody care about you. Yeah, those are definitely side benefits. But it's like when we're talking about like the practical realities of contractual marriage today, like that sells right now. And I'll tell you the reason why that's a hot topic in tradcon spheres right now, who are dipping their toes into the manosphere. And I'm looking at you, Amala from PragerU. You know, oh, it's hot. Everybody else is doing it. Let's jump on it too. Get me on your show, Amala. Here it is. I'm going to throw it out there for you. Amala, get me on your show. Get me to do it for you. Get me to do it for you. I'll come on there. Oh, you want to up your numbers? Oh, I'm itching. Let's go. Hell, I'll fly my happy ass out to Nashville and do that. You won't have. I will pay my way to go out there and do that show with you. No problem. I'll build you up. I'll give you an audience you ain't never had before, because you know jack shit about what you're talking about. I would love to educate you. Professor Rollo will roll in and educate you. You don't have to bow down to me. You can bow down to DJ Academics for some reason, but you don't have to bow down to me. I'm just a man. I just work here. Salt of the earth kind of guy. Shout out to those quality marriages out there today. And you know what, Iron Disciples, thank you for watching. I'm glad you guys are in the house. By the way, I subscribed. And you know why I subscribed? Because you guys are the only guys who actually have real conversations. Everything else I see right now in the Christo manosphere, the red pill Christians, whatever, I don't even know what to call it, right? Everyone who wants to make the red pill their ministry. You guys at least have some good conversation. You have some like back and forth. You actually want to like dig down deep. You want to distill things. Everything else is just like, hey, let's talk about Kanye West. Let's give Rollo some shit today. That like at least you guys are like, it seems like you got a brain cell in your head. And so I'm behind you. I've subscribed. Go check these guys out. Actually, let me put that back up there. Iron Disciples. Go give them some love. Please go subscribe to their channel. If you're a Christian guy and you want, they still have a long way to go. There's a lot of things I would definitely disagree with. And there's a lot of things that I would like to, at the very least, I am intrigued enough to want to have a conversation. You guys I think you guys are going in the right direction. I hope you guys are. I want to like you guys. Napoleon Bonaparte. Off topic, but what? Jesus Christ. But a question I wanted to ask for weeks. When did spouses, even high value men, start calling each other their partner? Cringe as fuck. Yes. Again, something I've also called out on Jedediah Bila. She called her husband her partner. I'm like, why are you calling her partner? Because it was like almost like automatic. It was reflexive. He's my partner. No, he's your husband. Start calling him your husband. There's a reason why like words mean something. I'll tell you why. You want me to tell you why for your $5 super chat? I'll tell you why. Because controlling that language is what it right now. I don't think that people who, especially tradcons, who are very much against this woke narrative, they'll still use the language of the woke. Stop using their language. You want to, like when we looked at this is great. We
put an end to the virginity fraud.
Okay, the virginity fraud. Virginity, the word virginity, I've seen so many, this is just one of many, where they're trying, this woke narrative is trying desperately to turn virginity into it's a remnant, it's a vestige of the patriarchy. Virginity is just a word. It's just a relative, it's a moral relativism. It's just the patriarchy trying to tell you that you're valueless if you have a high body count. And of course, the real reason for that is because women's digital footprints today, their OnlyFans, their Instagram, everything that they do to sell their ass online, everything that they do, their sexual past, women don't want to be held accountable for that. And more, like back in the day, they didn't have to worry about that. If a chick was kind of loose, if she was kind of, if she was the village bicycle, the town bicycle, everybody gets to ride. At least she could sort of like keep that under wraps to some degree. Today, with open hypergamy since 2014, and by open hypergamy, I mean embracing the narrative of women's mating strategy to the point where we're putting it on, Super Bowl commercials. When we're doing that, when we make it a cultural narrative of open hypergamy to empower women, there is a necessity to normalize promiscuity in women. That's why. That's the fundamental difference between men's promiscuity and women's promiscuity. Women embrace it. We just saw that in right here, right?
I was like you too. I was like, I thought it was gross if a guy fucked everyone, but my boyfriend used to be a whore. So I'm like,
I don't know if you're going to go there.
Oh yeah. But he like literally was like a sex deviant. And I'm like, now I'm dating him and he's like the most obsessed, infatuated person like by me. And I'm like, oh, it's kind of crazy that I would have judged him off of this before that, because I would have just automatically assumed he's going to be a bad boyfriend or a bad person. But I guess like when you're single, it's like you're just having sex to have sex. Like there's really no attachment in it.
Yeah, I don't think people should be judged for their past.
That right there. I don't think people should be judged for their past. That's where we're at. That's what I'm talking about here. So when we're talking about like partner, we're using language, virginity. The reason why we want to like erase the term virginity from Webster's dictionary is because I don't think people should be judged for their sexual people. I don't think women should be judged for their sexual past. We just heard not only on Access Vegas, but also here that, well, clearly it makes a difference for guys, but it shouldn't make a difference for women. Guys, if you have a problem with a woman's sexual past, then that's a sign of masculine insecurity. You're just not secure enough in your masculinity. And you know what happens? That escalates and escalates and escalates to the point where it's like, well, if you have a problem with me going out on Tinder and fucking other guys while we're in a monogamous relationship and I'm cuckolding you, well, that's your problem because you're insecure in your masculinity. That's like, where do we draw the line? Where? She should be able to do whatever she wants to. Okay, fine. But not in the contract of me having a monogamous relationship with you. I have more respect. I am secure in my masculinity because I won't put up with that bullshit. It's all about like redefining the terms. It's all about, oh, he's my partner. Yeah, the reason why even tradcon women default to that is because they think that that's the accepted, normative language to describe their partner. It's this egalitarianism that has been developed really since the late 60s in a post-sexual revolution. It's this idea that we got to be in equal partnerships and not marriages anymore. No, either it's a marriage or it's not. Homosexuals call themselves their partners. When a guy introduces his partner to me, even when it's like his business partner, and that's happened quite a few times in the recent months, I go, partner? Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, partner? No, business partner, asshole. Okay, got it. Thank you very much. But you think for a second because you hear partner and you're like, that's what guys do. So stop using their language. Stop using that because I'm going to paraphrase this, but I think it was in George Orwell's 1984. He says, if thought can corrupt language, then language can corrupt thought. And so if you keep using that, if you're not sensitive to language, especially now, you want to know what happened as soon as Elon Musk got onto Twitter, everybody started using language that they knew damn well that they would not get that they would get banned for, they would get suspended for if they used it on Twitter. It was like free speech day. It still is kind of right now. And I had some spicy hot takes as well. You couldn't use the term, I can't even use it. Transitional, pause attraction. You know what I'm talking about. And you couldn't even, I can't use it on YouTube, but I can on Twitter now. And the first thing out of everybody's mouths, or the first thing that they're typing away, was terms that they weren't allowed to use. And all of those terms are part of the woke language that everybody has in the back of their heads. They default to. Stop calling him your partner. Call him your husband. You have to do that. You don't start doing that, you're not going to have any kind of, you're not going to have any real, people always ask me, how do we initiate change? How do we do something, Rollo? You can start by not using their language. Use our language, not their language. And I don't have any problem polarizing it like that, tribalizing it like that, because that is their language. We need to be accurate. There's a qualifiable difference. Thank you very much, guys. Qualifiable difference between the language of empiricism and the language of emotionalism. Don't speak the language of emotionalism. Start speaking the language of empiricism. In fact, you are doing emotionalists, you're the woke mob, whatever, wokesies. You're doing them the favor by not using their pronouns, by not using their language, because their identities and that narrative is based on a false reality. And the more you play along, the more you pander, the more you use that language that's reaffirming to that belief set. Stop using their language. And that's what it's really about. Keep going down through the list. Oh, there's one. Hey, you get one of these. Hey, Rollo, Hollow Band here. Oh, okay. I think I get why I was blocked, and I'm fine with it. Just really important question. Will there be a French translation of the Rational Male series? Friend of mine, there will be eventually. Right now, Spanish is what I'm focusing on primarily, and I have. And by the way, Gerardo, thank you for doing the Spanish translation. I am presently putting it into print format. I have to in between my very busy traveling schedule, I have to do the layout for a Spanish version of, certainly I'm going to start with the first book, as well as doing the updates for the first book as far as the edits are concerned. And then also I'm doing a hardback version, which hopefully I will have done before the holiday season, assuming I don't get called away to do another crazy interview somewhere. Thor, thank you very much for that. Odin. What else do you got? Keep going down here. That's it. I think that's it. And Adam, one more time. Thank you very much. That's you. Hi, Rollo. I grew up in Gulf Peninsula, the Persian Gulf, in the 80s. I remember well-connected friends, rich enough, acquiring hymen intact virgins. Sometimes it was a scam. It's less in vogue due to gynocentrism making inroads into the Gulf. See, that's what I said. What? Who's doing this? Hey, don't you know that there are women out there trying to get reconstructive surgery on their hymen? I do know this, that I think it was Nadia Bowles or whatever name, the pastor who took I do know that she melted down all these purity rings to turn it into a big sculpture of a cooter and gave it to Gloria Steinem. That I know for a fact. Do I know for a fact that people are having reconstructive surgery for their hymens? Probably not in the U.S. They are getting Brazilian butt lifts, but they are not getting hymen replacement therapy. Need some advice from my bro who's watching. He's in an LTR 6 years. At the beginning, she would hit him, and now they just argue. I've told him not to marry her. That is good advice. In fact, this is better advice. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Why? The only reason you're in, and to Just James, your brother. Just James' brother. Get out. You can do it. It's okay. It's better. It's not worth investing your life in that kind of shit. You would be better off being rejected by women in the global sexual marketplace right now than to be in that situation. So you know what? There you go. Hi, Rollo. Every guy on the planet would only commit to a woman with a low body count. Is there No, they wouldn't. I got the stats to show it. Every guy on the planet would only commit to a woman with a low body count. Is there any sign you can understand if a woman has a high one? Well, yeah. It's called Instagram. It's called OnlyFans. I mean, there's some pretty obvious signs. You can probably, especially if she's upfront about it. But the thing is no. More to your point, though. Every guy on the planet would commit to a woman with a low body count. I don't think so. There's plenty of guys who are wifing up ex-porn stars. There are youth pastors who are wifing up ex-porn stars. I can show you those articles too. That was part of the conversation that we had actually on Access Vegas. Man, I should just play Access Vegas and let you guys see all of that. But no, I mean, that's the problem is like when we talk about the 80-20 rule, like when we look at the 80% of guys who are unattractive. Well, maybe they did something, they increased their value added enough to the point where they can wife up a single mommy, or they can wife up an ex-porn star or an OnlyFans girl who regrets all of that and wants to have a new start, turn over a new leaf and go to church and do things the right way. And you're going to have to wait for this cooter this time because I'm going to make sure that I'm respected before I have like that girl. There are plenty. Those 80% of guys, the 80%ers, they're happy to wife that up. Absolutely. So see, that's the thing that gets me is like when we have this conversation about like, oh, those guys, they want to say that that nothing else will do but a virgin bride. Bullshit. They're happy to wife up single mommies. They're happy to wife up damaged women. They're happy to wife up, like we just said this a second ago. They're happy to wife up a girl who's like, who hits them. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Of course they will. Of course they will. Anything that can, the shortest distance between point A and point B, it's sexual deprivation. That's another thing I don't think Jordan Peterson's probably going to get into in the marriage, video set, the 3-volume set. No. Was it Chris Rock, or was it Chris Rock? Oh, no, it was Eddie Murphy. If you're in the desert and somebody throws you a cracker, it's the best it tastes like filet mignon. And you have more crackers and you're like, damn, that's just a cracker. That's what I mean. It's abundance mentality right there. But the thing is guys who are in a scarcity mentality, and that is the vast majority of guys. Like, yeah, I wouldn't wife up anything but the most perfect girl. I put this on the girls too. By the way, I held their feet to the fire for this because like nothing but the best will do. Don't settle for anything less than the best. That's exactly the same narrative that you'll hear from like the more spurgy side of the black pill. The guys are like, well, I wouldn't wife them up because they're not worth my while. I have more respect for myself than that. I'd rather jerk off, which is what you're doing anyways, than have to go to those clubs and see those collagen lips and we need a nice, good country girl from Kentucky, Paducah, Kentucky. And then when they get that girl, they don't know what the hell to do with her. Oh, well, she's got a low body count. Oh, but doesn't have a no body count. So we got to check her off the list. Like those guys would wife her up. Those guys are the guys that are like, those are the guys who are spending small fortunes on their OnlyFans girls. That's who. There's still that want for connection. So don't give me this bullshit about like, oh, well, nothing than the best will do. And by the way, I would say the same thing about women too, because women's list of criteria, like we talked about, was Royce calls it the 436 bullet point checklist. Like he also has, and I should bring this, I actually go look this up and read this to you. There's also an essay, I think it's from 2009, and it's Royce saying like I'm kind of trying to remember the title here, but the title was something like women's standards crumble like a house of cards in reality or something like that. So the whole blog post, and this is as far back as 2009, is about like his experience talking to some girl friend of a friend kind of thing who was saying, I want a guy who's an Ivy League, graduate. I need a guy who's got a 6-pack abs. I need a guy who's gets paid. I need a guy who's drives in his car 666, basically before there was a 666. I want him to be like all of these things. And then later in the blog, he says, and then of course what she does is she goes out with a guy who's a bartender who's hot, but like certainly doesn't meet any of the criteria she was talking about like just a week or two before. And so the whole essay was about the analysis of how women can rattle off all kinds of things about the criteria of the things that they find attractive, maybe not necessarily arousing, but the things that when nothing less will do. I won't marry a guy unless he meets this criteria. Same thing with the black pill doomers. I won't marry a woman unless she's got a low body count. I won't marry a woman unless she's, some country girl from, the back country girl. Right? No, you wouldn't. You would marry. You would definitely settle for something that was like very immediate, and that's why guys go back to the sure thing. Same reason why women go back to the sure thing. It's not because they're sticking to that criteria. Oh, sure, it sounds good. It's great on pads. Great advertising. It's great on paper. But then when you look at okay, well, he still knocked off a few of those things on the checklist, but certainly not that like high standard. And what happens then? And I'm gonna give people some flowers here, but what happens then is when we see what really happens, what women are really willing to settle for or compromise themselves for. And by the way, the older they get, the more they're willing to compromise. And that's kind of the dirty trick of like biology and evolution. But the more their sexual agency declines, those, like I said, those priorities change. And so the things that are going to be a definite deal breaker, trust me, the guy that she's with, he doesn't have any of those that criteria, or he's got a few of those things. Because at some point, even Stephanie, and God bless her, I love that girl. The girl is right next to me on Access Vegas. She wants to get married. She really, sincerely, genuinely wants to settle down, have babies, and be, Tori has told me the same thing. She genuinely wants to settle down and have kids and blah, blah, blah. And they're in really tough shape because they have, they've got a digital footprint. And I love Tori to death. I fell in love with Stephanie the minute I saw her. She kind of reminded me of my daughter, right? I'm like, I want to help you. But I'm there, and it's like, but you kind of played yourself in some ways. And it might not necessarily be, you're certainly not going to want to, be wifed up by any of these guys who are like saying, only the best will do. But it's like, so on one side, you've got women, and not feminists, just regular, average, normal women saying, I want this. Here's my bullet point checklist for all the things that this is a criteria you must meet for me to actually want to emotionally invest myself in you. And then on the other side, you got these guys who popularly, they're not the guys they would actually get with, but then you've got this other sort of faction of guys in the in the black pill, saying, well, I would never get with her. How come we can't get some nice girl from Tulsa, Oklahoma? How come we can't get how come you're not interviewing normal girls, Rolo? Those guys, they have a criteria too. And you know what? That criteria crumbles like a house of cards just as much as it crumbles like a house of cards for really high value women too. He'll do. Hopefully he can meet some of those criteria in the future. He has potential to meet some of these on the checklist in the future. I'll go with this guy. Women are never going to have a turnkey relationship just as much as a man's never going to have a turnkey relationship. And it's time we actually laid that shit out there. If that's what you're even looking for, is a relationship. Last week, we really need real life men seminars to get over post red pill anxiety through practice. Which ones I don't know, but some guys just need help to kill the beta in groups. Just my thoughts. Here it is. You want to know? Go to Men of Action. I met all those guys. And by the way, when I went to that, I had no idea how many dudes were going to be there. I was not pleasantly surprised. But Mike Sartain made it sound like, it's just a meetup. It's just gathering like 20 guys. I go in there, it's like 75, 80 dudes in there. And I was like, God damn, I'm not prepared. I got to go get my notebook quick, and I got to do a formal speech. And that right there impressed upon me exactly what you're talking about here. And if I can give you any, go just join Men of Action. I'm part of it now too. I'm at least helping out with some of the Zoom calls, or I'm definitely a resource that they're tapping now. Do I need to keep going? Am I slowing the show down? I probably am. Rolo, looking to get into singing and playing the guitar, wanting to cover the Isley Brothers. Is it best to get lessons or learn on my own? What's the most useful form of dancing? And how do I market this as a black guy? Market this and a black guy in New York City. Would it be hip hop dancing? Maybe I don't know. I would say, because that's funny you should ask. My daughter used to do dance like when she was in high school and actually a little bit in college too. Would it be hip hop? Would it be jazz? Would it be I say jazz? Would it be Latin? Would it be? I think there's three. Like if you want to leverage like a good skill, if you want to take lessons to learn how to dance well, I would say being a brother in New York City, take hip hop, or learn swing like West Coast swing, and then learn salsa. I see those would probably be, and I hope Cappy, I hope I'm doing my due diligence here. I would say those three for a guy. And then what was the other thing? Singing and playing guitar. Depends on what kind of style you want to do. Why the Isley Brothers? That's cool. Singing, there's all kinds of online resources. For guitar, hit me up an email and I will send you a list of resources, some I don't say courses. It kind of depends on the style of guitar you want to do. You just want to do chords so you can play one song? Or do you actually want to become a musician at some point? Do you like feel like you're an artist? Because there's a difference between just sort of like being a player of an instrument and then being a musical artist. So, but Dark Knight, do email me. You can get my contact information in the description below and you get one of these. But I think I can give you some links to follow as far as like online music instruction. There's some good masterclass courses. The Sovietsky Mail, Rolo's books in Russian. Thank you. Sovietsky. Hey, what's up? Come on my podcast, man. I forgot your name. Sorry. The best place to meet chicks with low to no body counts is the convent. Yeah. Go to a nunnery. Get thee to a nunnery. Even then, it's not guaranteed these days. Yeah. You know why?
She's not a Christian.
That's why. I think that's it. Good. Let's see. You think this is a clickbait title? No, it's not. I'm actually talking about why you will not marry a virgin. We're talking. You know what clickbait is? Clickbait is when you go and you say, "I've got this guy. We're going to do this." You're like selling something else that's coming. It's like bait and switch. I'm not bait and switch. We're talking. Are we not? Children, are we not talking about exactly what we said we're talking about? You won't marry a virgin because, and I get this too, because, actually, hold on, hold. Because I want to show you the sort of Twitter post. Where did I put that? Damn it. I want to show you the Twitter post I came into. Let's see if I can find it here. This was half of the reason that I did this as the topic today. Where did it go? Damn it. I had it on tap and now I don't know what the hell I did with it. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Not that one. Where did it go? Oh, is this? There it is. Okay. Here we go. Now I found it. Good. All right. Here is this. This is the post that inspired today's title, the topic today. So let me share this screen with you. And it's the Chrome tab. And it is, which one is it? This one. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Can you see? Let me open this up a little bit more so you guys get a better idea. All right. Yes, this is my Twitter feed. Welcome to Rolo's Twitter feed. Here we go. This was in response to Real Femme Sapien, and she was saying, what did she say? Men will demand sex even a trad wife before marriage if she isn't a virgin. It's only fair, isn't it, Allie? I mean, why would a man want to wait until marriage for sex if the woman is not a virgin? Women wanted sexual liberation and they got it. Okay, so that's that part. That's the first part, just to give you a little bit of context here, because this was really the salient part of this. And I thought this was interesting. Let me see if I can grab the rest of this. I don't know who this dude is. He's like got 218 followers, but he had a good take. The issue I cannot resolve is this. Men want woman with a low body count. If she's not a virgin, it's not fair to make him wait. If you're not 1000% getting married, Are you not just adding to her body count? Would that be licking the ice cream? Are you not just adding her body count, which affects the next guy, licking the ice cream? I'm confused as to how this adds up. And then she's, back and forth. And it's like, I'm not, oh, sorry. I did actually block real, sushi, dead and sushi. Is that this? How is it not fair to make him wait? Who said there was fairness? And yeah, of course, deserves got nothing to do with it. I'm not agreeing with what the guy said. I'm trying to logically square what many red pill men spout. Who spouts this? Tell me what red pill guy is spouting this? Who is spouting this? That's what I want to know. Who do you think is? Black pill doomers? Yeah, for sure. Guys with no options? Yeah. They have the guys with no options tend to be the guys with the highest standards. Why do you suppose that is? Because it's sure easy to take rejection and say, well, they're all, the selection is so worthless that I wouldn't bother, trying to approach or learn to be better or do anything with my life. Why would I want to become the best version of myself if the reward is women like this? Women with high body counts. Women who need to get their hymens reconstructed, right? Who is doing that? Guy whose name I can't, these of the ninja, whatever. Again, only so many words I can type in a reply. No, you just don't know who. And I'm by no means anti-red pill. Yeah, you're not, because you're not describing anyone in the red pill with this. Yes, guys who are like the guys who come in and call the girls on Access Vegas 5s and won't show me a 6. Yeah, those guys. Are they red pill? Well, they're in your space. Okay, they're spurgs, but they're my spurgs. And then, of course, Cake and Cheese, who I have no idea who this person is. Cake and Cheese, who has all of 0 followers and 3 following, so clearly an egg account. You don't demand sex. First, women are not slaves you own. They have body autonomy. Jesus, this shouldn't even be a question. Second, you either give her vagine tease or vagine tease. You mean gina tingles? Can we just go back to the Royce way of saying that? You're either hot or not. Sex isn't a rational process. Hot, not sex, no sex. Okay, so that's actually kind of what inspired today's title. Just so you know it's not clickbait. It's clickbait. No, it's not. That's because this conversation, I've seen this conversation over and over and over because I've been doing this for quite some time. I'm going to tell you just how long in a little bit here. However, that's very common. The perception is like these red pill guys are conflicted. No, we're not, because we don't have a philosophy. We don't have a practicality. We don't have a practice. We have a praxeology. Would you like me to explain what that means again for the umpteenth time? No. Oh, these guys believe it? No, we don't. No. Black pill, MGTOW, MRA, TradCon. Those are all practices. Those are all prescriptions. Don't wipe that shit off on us. On red pill, the research and development part, the department of the Manosphere. Don't wipe that off on us. That's on you. You don't know what to do with it, then that's on you. So give me that bullshit about like, oh, well, these guys they seem to have some cognitive dissonance about women. The madonna-whore complex. Yeah. Wait.
Guilty.
You even got guilty in there. Having multiple talents in singing and or dancing is so powerful in game that it'll make even an obese man arousing to women. Would you like to? Wait. I got it.
Would you like to know more?
Yes, I would. Oh, I love my people with sound drops. I got to give that one to Chris Pogson. Chris, I've got some Chris Pogson. If you're watching, I have some new Pokemon sound drops to sort of trade with you. I've got a rare one. I've got a rare Pokemon sound drop. Let's see. What else do I have here? By the way, today is the Halloween edition, whether you knew it or not, of the Rational Mail. I might do something tomorrow. We'll see. Tomorrow actually is Okay, we got that. All right, thank you very much. I got to you guys. All right, here we go. So when we're talking about promiscuity, let me just cover my bases here real quick. There is the evolutionary reason why women with high body counts are less desirable for men. Now, I did this a full episode on promiscuity. I will quote Dr. Tim Burkhead, who is an evolutionary psychologist that probably not many people know about, but he's got a great book called Promiscuity. And thank you very much. I do have Jack Napier actually sent me the hardback version of Promiscuity by Tim Burkhead. A fantastic read, if a little bit dense. So you kind of have to want to, if you're very analytical minded, that's your Dr. Tim Burkhead. That's your dude, because it covers evolution, Evo Bio, and Evo Psych in there. And the best part of that is that we, human beings are promiscuous by nature, but we are monogamous by necessity because we have to parentally invest and because we have very fragile offspring, because we rely on our intelligence. Like we can do the big head babies speech again if you'd like, but the long and the short of it is that men want to know that they want to ascertain that paternity is a thing, that they're the father of that kid. Lots of other primates do this, not just human beings. Not hell, even lions on the African savanna do the same shit. Okay, there is a want to know that they aren't getting cuckolded. That's basically what it boils down to. And as I was saying before, when we start making up new terms for virginity, when we say, oh, virginity shouldn't make any difference. We need to, that's a vestige of the patriarchy. We need to normalize the idea of what did she say? She said,
we put an end to the virginity fraud.
The virginity fraud. That's what it was. So we need to put an end to the virginity fraud. Why is it like, where's the explanation for that? Well, I will explain for you. The explanation is this, is like the reason why they want to call it a fraud is because they want to normalize the idea that women can be just as promiscuous as a guy can. And you've seen this a million times on Fresh and Fit. You've seen it, hell, you can see it on anywhere now. Even TradCon shows will have this conversation now, because the promiscuity effect is something that men have an innate revulsion response to. And revulsion might be a really tough, I'm using the psychological term, the Evo Psych term, but maybe a hesitation, an idea that, you know what, maybe I don't really want to marry a single mommy because that's not my DNA. Statistically speaking, if mommy kicks out biological daddy and brings in new boyfriend has a much higher incidence of actually killing that child that's not his, and or abusing or sexually assaulting that child. The numbers are there. Go look them up. I'm not even going to give them to you. You will find them immediately in any Google search. So what is that reflective of? Well, it's reflective of the fact that men want to know that the kid is theirs, to the point where we don't engage. We go to jail when we engage in infanticide, but men tend to at least downplay or at least abuse or in some way treat differently children that are biologically not their own. It's not that they can't get over that. They can't be taught that, because if they are taught that, if they wife up a single mommy, it's usually as a result of wanting to get past the paternity fraud or the cuckold fraud or the virginity fraud or whatever it is, the fraud, right? And those words are only frauds if we live in a world that is dictated by social constructionism. And that's where these girls are at. Well, the whole world is about societal influences, and you're only the way you are because you were societally conditioned to be that way, rather than actually have an innate firmware that predisposes you to, infanticide. Yes, or to want to know that if the hymen is intact, want to make sure that the baby that's coming out of that woman is yours. I had that conversation with the girls again on Access Vegas. I said there's a qualifiable difference between the way that women mate guard and the way that women get jealous when there's infidelity. And men, when a woman has an affair, when she's banging some other dude, that guy His focus is on where was it? Was it in the kitchen? Was it in the bathroom? Did he have a big dick? Did you come? What? All this stuff, all the visceral, like nuts and bolts details. He wants to know. Why? And you go, well, don't torture yourself with that. It was just a one-time fling. Guys don't care. They want to know that if that guy had sex with you, and especially if you enjoyed it, first of all, you're going to go back and try to have it again with him and then use me as sort of your cuckold. It's opportunity cost. It's sunk cost. It's opportunity loss, I guess. It's the idea that I don't want to invest myself as a male in the resource, funding, provisioning, protection, parental investment in a child that might not be mine. Therefore, I need to know. My jealousy is founded on the idea of where was it? How did it happen? Did he use a condom? Was he inside? Did he outside? All the visceral parts of it. And women fly off the handle going, why do I have to tell you that? Because they have to relive it in their mind. So, Dave, tell me what happened. Tell me exactly how it worked out. I forget what that one was. It Adam Driver and Scarlett Johansson was in that one. Was it called Marriage or something? It was on a Netflix special way back in 2018, and it was about her cheating on him, and he did the same thing. Where was it? Was it here? Was it there? At least they got that accurate, right? For women, it's like, do you love her? Are you emotionally involved in her? Which, of course, translation: am I going to lose your provisioning, protection, and parental investment? Am I going to lose that? Am I going to be out on the streets? That's again, that's existential fear of women. So that's why we do that differently. And that, by the way, is also why virginity is not just some cock and bull word we pulled out of our asses to keep a sister down. No, it has a function. We want to know if that woman is an empty vessel, the virgin birth. We want to know that the kid is ours or the kid is God's, right? When I saw that part in the video, they were like, well, these researchers that did they examined women's scooters, I guess, to see if the hymen was intact and they were pregnant. Like, well, was it like the miraculous conception? Like it was like, how did well, it could be a very elastic. What? And it's ludicrous on the surface of it, but it's not an uncommon theme right now. So women want to be able to say, look, there's nothing we can do about our digital footprint. There's nothing we can do about all those videos we did in our youth on OnlyFans. There's no way we can erase the VHS tape of us doing a three-way with the guys in college. There's nothing we can do about there's nothing we can do about our Instagram. In fact, we don't even want to. Why would you want to have us, show your face on our Instagram? Why would you want to in any way inhibit our ability to market ourselves on the sexual marketplace? If you do as a man, that means you're insecure in your masculinity, and therefore there's something innately wrong with you. Let's change the language. There's no such thing as virginity. Well, if there's no such thing as virginity, what that's really saying is that your focus, your primary, prime directive in life to ascertain whether the kid is yours, that's meaningless. Let's get rid of that. To that firmware, the things that make you jealous, the things that make you sort of hesitant or your revulsion response to certain circumstances, to single mommies, that you're an insecure man if you have those. You're an insecure man if you won't wife up a single mommy. You're an insecure man if you won't wife up a porn star. There's something wrong with you. Who hurt you? And eventually that's what it rolls down to. But the thing is the reason why we change languages is so that we can change there's a want to change that reality, right? If thought can corrupt words and words can corrupt thought. So what's the thought that we're supposed to have by erasing virginity? What is the thought that we're supposed to be thinking when we say, oh, you know what? You should be ashamed of yourself for not wanting to get with a single mommy. What's the thought? What's behind all of that? What's the latent purpose of promoting that narrative? That men should not ever, women's mating strategy should always be what we're going to organize society on. That's what really boils down to. We need to take it's part of what I've called removing the man. And I wrote an essay back in, I think it was 2016, and then I updated it in 2019. But there was this effort on the part of a lot of like local governments to change the bylaws of like their cities and their states and everything to make it more gender neutral. And what that gender neutrality meant was removing any instance of the letters M-A-N in the English language that successively come together, right? Fireman, fire person, firefighter. Let's change that. I mean, to the point where they were spending literally millions of dollars to go in and erase the man, to remove the man from the language. Now let's remove virginity, because that is a vestige of the patriarchy and we can't have that. It's the virginity fraud. What you can't erase is the biological imperative. What you can't erase is the evolutionary firmware. And that's the conflict that we're running into right now. So when I see Dr. Jordan Peterson and the rest of these guys talk about marriage, or I got Hafiz, oh, these guys are so negative. No, we're presenting facts. And one of those uncomfortable facts is that thought corrupts language as language corrupts thought. Stop using that language. Okay. Virginity, start using virginity. You don't have to be as crazy as saying, I'm going to go check her hymen, because you're not going to marry a virgin these days. Odds are highly probable that the girl you want to settle down with, or the girl you want to have a relationship till death do you part, forsaking all others, she's probably had some other guys in her past. Probably. For better or worse. Sicker for poor, sicker in sickness and in health. For rich or for poor. That's a stipulation for the women, right? Yeah. What do you recommend in the way of the superior man? No, I do not. That is touchy-feely bullshit. It's tea leaves crap is what that is. David Dita, the way of the... Or what is it? The lover, the magician, and beware of woo-woo magical tea leaf bullshit. And that's really what the way of the superior man is. And you know what? I used to try to have a happy medium between, when people ask me about David Dita, but quite honestly, in hindsight, here we are in 2022. Can we get over The Secret and the law of attraction? Can we get over this tea leaf bullshit, or men are from Mars and women are from Venus? Can we get over that finally, please? Can we get over love languages? That's just equally as much horseshit as this. Can we just get down to fucking nuts and bolts? Please. Please, God, just even a little bit more to lean towards the empirical side instead of it's all love and flowers and hey man, we don't need a contract, man. That's what I got out of this way of the superior man, by the way. It's like it's very touchy-feely emotionalism. It's touchy-feely. It's smuggling. It's not masculine. It's a masculine rap, but it's smuggling touchy-feely emotionalism is what it is. Stop smuggling emotionalism. What is this? Is it wrong to say that feminism goes against the Bible? No, it's not. It's actually the Jezebel spirit. The Jezebel spirit, right? There's definitely a spirit of rebellion that is in feminism, because feminism is not about equality. It is about female supremacism. That's why. So you can't square that circle in the Bible, period. Women complain about the patriarchy. Do you think they ever call the Bible sexist? By the way, what was I just saying a minute ago about removing the man from the bylaws? That same thing. Go look this up. Go Google this right now. The gender neutral version of the Bible. It's out there. I actually looked it up. I wish I would have had more space in my fourth book of religion to put that in there. But there's there's been efforts to make gender neutral versions of the Bible. Not the King James version and the new something version and whatever version. Yeah, there's an effort to make the sex neutral. God's not he, him. I am the way, the truth, and the life. He is the reason for the season. All that. Oh well, God shouldn't have a gender. That's very binary. We got to find some way to. Yeah, that's why. There's a want for that, because again, it's wanting to sort of push old school religion into new order secularism, or feminism for that matter. Go pick up The Rational Male Religion and you will be enlightened, my friend. You will be set free. Yes. It's crap. Yeah, it is kind of crap. Let's see. Come on, man. You guys, like, it's not time yet. We're not even in hour 3. Stop it. Go away, bots. You get to come in hour 3. Come back in an hour, okay? I'm more than happy to entertain the Christie's sex site, XXX. That user, you can come back around the 3:15 mark. And yes, please, thank you. Doing the Lord's work. There you go. Another one. Please like it. Oh, by the way, Big Mo and Icy, to my surprise, in my unending shock, have decided that they're going to do home fellowship with the Rational Male in their Discord server. And I was on not last week, or the week before. Sorry, I couldn't make it this week. I was in Sin City being a cult leader. So what am I going to do? But you guys hit me up. Icy actually hit me up. She wanted me to do it again, and I will. I just couldn't do it last week. So anyways, okay, so we got that. We've covered this. We've covered that ground. I've also covered the ground of the fact that we're trying to change the language with respect to promiscuity. The reason why is because women know that they can't escape their digital footprint. And as a result, it's like, well, you know what? We can't get away from this shit, but we shouldn't have to get away from this shit. We shouldn't have to be embarrassed or in any way felt like we were judged by society because of our sexual past. And in fact, if we commodified it, if we made money off of it, well, it should matter even less. That's why I was laughing. I had some big belly laughs when Adam Sosnick had I forget her name. Her name was Allie too, right? The girl who was married, who made her millions, I should say, on OnlyFans by banging her husband on OnlyFans. Can we find a way to sort of make that Christian kosher? Like, well, at least she's not banging random dudes. At least she's not, doing trains. At least she's not, spit roast on her OnlyFans. She's actually having good, wholesome sex with her husband. I laugh. By the way, there's a point. I didn't say this when on my break. Yeah, Allie Ray. Thank you very much. Here, hater. Thank you, hater. Yeah, Allie Ray. What I thought was really interesting about this is she's married and she's doing, is that okay? Can she do that? Is that within the parameters of, well, at least she's having sex with her husband, right? And so I saw that and I was like, I don't know. I think there's a lot of sort of cognitive dissonance. I guess that would be the best way to put it. Can Western womankind be saved? Saved or pushed forward? Can we save at least the next generation of women? If you push forward. If you change things now for the future, a duty now for the future, yes, but they can't be. There's going to be casualties, seriously. But so anyway, so I'm listening to the Adam Sosnick show, and I'm watching the sort of the back and forth with Hafiz and with CGA, and it was just like this effort in cognitive dissonance throughout this whole thing. Speaking of which,
believe that female body count is really important to men. And I think if I were a guy, I would care about it as well. Here's why. I think that it's a sign of disrespect to yourself to not treat sex as something that has value.
Okay. Now, I understand, Jedi Biel, I believe she's 40, 41 right now? 41. 42? I don't forget. Anyways, she's in her early 40s. Excuse me. God, that was bad. She's from a different generation. She's had a different life. By the way, the conversation that I want to have with Jedediah when we meet face to face is the idea that everyone right now is a feminist. But I think it's really an interesting kind of spicy take when you go and you say, well, men are right not to want a gal with a high body count. Okay, but yeah, well, I mean, evolutionarily speaking, I mean that's gonna happen. And you're gonna have some hesitation as a result of that. I asked the girls on Access Vegas too. I said, the reason why, if sex wasn't a big deal or if body count didn't matter, then women would not slut shame other women. That would not be their go-to form of intersexual competition, right? That girl's such a slut. Let's just disqualify her from the sexual marketplace because they know on some level of consciousness in the hindbrain, the lizard brain, that men have a hesitancy to want to get with a girl who like might not be the girl who actually provides them with a real biological son or daughter. That's why. And so we take that into the realm of like social narratives to explain it away, to rationalize it, to gaslight. So, and that's, I'm not saying that's exactly what she's doing here, but the idea is that you don't need all of this. You don't need this.
And I think that guys still value purity in women. I don't think they have to be virgins, but I think they value women who have been hesitant to put their bodies out there with everyone. No, they're not. And statistically speaking, men aren't getting laid. Less men are getting laid than women are right now. So when I see Jed, when I see you, we're going to have the conversation about hookup culture, because there ain't no hookup culture, at least no hookup culture for 80% of guys who are invisible to women. There might be a hookup culture for women who want to share high value alphas. That I'm willing to entertain. We can have that conversation. But by and large, the hookup culture, moral crisis is a non-starter. It's been bullshit really since at the very least, it's been bullshit from between 2008 to 2018. And I got the GSS studies to show you that it is bullshit. I can show it to you right there, black and white. So when we talk about like, these guys, they don't want to get with the girl who has a high body count and run through. They don't want that. Are they willing to go, all right, I know. Okay. If I don't marry the single mom, if I don't marry the porn star, the OnlyFans girl, I'm never going to solve my reproductive problem. That the more guys than not are more than willing to put up with that. If it seems, if they're in this sort of relationship where that woman is selling herself, I know I've had a high body count, but that shouldn't matter to you. The whole reason we're even talking about this right now, when we say, we want to get rid of the virginity fraud, when we want to get rid of like what the girls on whatever the chicks podcast I just showed you a second ago, it matters if the guy has a lot of sex, but it shouldn't matter that a woman has had a lot of sex in her past, because they can't get away from that. And again, the impetus behind that is that they know that men have an innate revulsion response or hesitancy response to get with a woman who is who has had, let's say at least double digits, if not triple digits, in their body count. I've seen Mark Savo do the on the street interviews of women about body count. Every last one of them. Oh no, that if men are concerned with the body count, that's on them. That's their problem. I mean, they get outraged. They get really hot when you suggest that. Should body count matter for women? If you ask that, what do you mean? Like, they get really pissed off. And the reason for that is because this want for a change in the narrative, because there is more necessity in a sexual marketplace where 80% of men are locked out or invisible, and women want to share high value alphas. They're going to have more bodies. They're going to be having sex more. They're going to have Instagram accounts where they're selling their ass. They're going to have OnlyFans accounts. They're going to be sexualized. They're going to commodify their virginity to the tune of $3.5 million. Apparently, that's a consideration. Even if it's not a reality, it's still like, even if it's like a mental experiment, then just looking at, again, anecdotal with the girls that were in the show, but like, if you go and you look at the wide variety, like how does this, let me stop. How does what Jedediah is saying gel with the idea that guys are like over the top? They don't want to have anything to do with women who aren't virgin brides or who have, don't have fake tits and don't look like a Bratz doll, right? Oh, she'll never do for me. So what's the extreme? Is it this extreme, or is it the extreme that women have, or is it the extreme that guys have? Because she's kind of alluding to the idea that most guys would never want to do this. Innately, yes, but in practice, they're more than willing to do it. In other words, they don't bed hop. Maybe they had a couple of partners, a few partners, but it was people that they really cared about. It was committed relationships. There was monogamy involved. It was a sign of self-respect that those women had because they weren't willing to just sleep with anyone. I watch these videos of girls now, young women, early 20s, and you'll ask them, what's your body count? And they'll say, oh, I don't know, 10, 13, 15. That's gross to me as a female. I do believe.
Yeah, of course it is. It's gross to you as a female because at this stage of life, it is counterproductive to the long term to the beta buck side of hypergamy, which of course at 40, I'm sure she's like primarily concerned with. That's how that is relatable, by the way, to what Jordan Peterson is most likely to talk about. I think pretty much everything I'm going to make this prediction right here. Here's Roladamas. Roladamas speaks. I will guarantee you that whatever is in the quote unquote marriage trilogy that Peterson is producing for Daily Wire, I will bet you money that it almost entirely focuses on guys needing to man up, take more responsibility, changing themselves and improving themselves, because if they don't, they won't be suitable partners for women who would reject them, and they would be right to reject them. I guarantee you that's going to be part of it, if not the whole of it. It's not going to be, well, women need to like keep their fucking pants on. That won't be there. That won't be like Jedediah Bila, what she's saying there. That won't be part of the marriage discourse. Guarantee you that. That concern about 10, 13, 15 partners, that won't be brought up. Oh, well, we really need guys to it's not just a piece of paper. Okay. What else? Do you want to talk about the alpha fuck side of hypergamy, or are we just going to talk about the beta buck side of hypergamy and how men ain't measuring up? I bet you good money that that's exactly how that's going to go down. And then let's look at this.
That are saying, well, I want to be promiscuous and I want to, have an OnlyFans and I want to do this, but I also want to be respected as if I don't. I want to be treated.
Right. Perfect. I love you. I absolutely love you for this, Jedediah, because that's exactly what I put on with that TED Talk. The reason why, here's the respected part. You know what that is? That's we need to reimagine virginity. That's the respected part. I still want to be promiscuous. I still want to play the field. I still want to live a life in my late 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, or in the case of Paulina Porzakova, I still want to be sexually desired at 57 years old. But those damn men, feminism would work so much better if men would just cooperate. If men could just be conditioned to sublimate their instinct to not want to get with single mommies, to not want to get with women with a high body count. If we could just do that. If we just figure, then the life would be, we have this utopian society. That's, and I love you for this, Jed, because you're on this one. So it's that respect part. She respects herself, blah, blah, blah. They want you to think that they do respect themselves, so much so that they'll go on stage or they'll promote this narrative that we shouldn't be talking about virginity anymore. Virginity is meaningless. Doesn't matter. It's old. Why are we checking for no hymen, no diamond? Fuck you. You guys are just incels. Like that's the attitude. We need to erase the word virginity from the English language. Why? Because they want to live that dual lifestyle. And the only way that's feasible is if we can normalize promiscuity. But what happens is they're serving two masters. They want to normalize promiscuity, but they also want to normalize being respected by default. And that's really where the rubber meets the road.
As if I don't. I want guys to forget about that and want to wife me up. And the guys don't like it. They don't like a high body count on women, and they don't like this stuff. So I'm trying to shake reality into women. There are women.
And you know who's not? I will guarantee you that Jordan Peterson will not be trying to shake reality into any women in the marriage series that he's doing. Guaranteed. So, yeah. And the problem of this is that women are fed this dual. We want to talk about cognitive dissonance. Don't worry. You can still be promiscuous. Like this is what here I am, the great Satan, right? Don't worry, lady. Don't worry, lady. It's a serpent. Don't worry, ladies. Wait. I need this. Wait. I got to do this. It's too good not to do this with this track. Okay. Don't worry, ladies. You can be just as promiscuous as you'd like to. Oh, and don't worry. You can still be respected. Men should still want to wipe you up. Men will still desire you because we'll just say virginity is a fraud. Yeah, sounds good. Promote that idea. You can test the waters and make sure you find the one by being as promiscuous as possible. Respect? Ha! They should respect you by default because you have a cooter. Yeah, that's how we should do this. Okay, there you go. All right, I'll stop. Anyways, that's the great lie. That's the bullshit. That's the bullshit reasoning. And we see it on display. Now, the other bullshit reasoning, of course, is that like guys think that like she pointed this out as well. It's just, guys don't want to marry a girl with a high body count. No, there's guys that, like I was just saying a minute ago, how guys wanted to have, their virgin bride and that nothing else will do. So it's like that you want to talk about unrealistic expectations of women. We also have to look at the unrealistic expectations of men. And then here's my last point on this. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Hang on. Not that. I need to share my screen. Okay, this is good. Here's your spicy hot take for today, by the way. Share the screen. It is right here. There we go. Oh boy, be in for a treat right now because here we go. This is Ayala, and she, by the way, has 121,000. She has just about as many followers on Twitter as I do. This is interesting. Now, by the way, Ayala, if you go and you follow this chick, you'll find out that she is into like facilitating orgies. She's kind of like a madam almost, at least that from what I got from like her link tree. But this was a spicy hot take from her. She says, I'm often surprised by things. Oh, can you see this? Here, let me open this up a little bit. There you go. I'm often surprised by things I say that make people upset at me online. Lately, it's been me expressing difficulty at finding a quality guy. I want to date. You want to date instead of like bang on OnlyFans, like as a porn star, because she used to be a porn star, I think, or she's kind of like these earthy porn stars. It's like ethically sourced porn, right? I think people are upset at this because they perceive weird sexually promiscuous women as being low mate value. Oh, really? Yeah, if you violate what they think a woman, if you violate what they think a woman is supposed to be, then you're reaching beyond your station. If you have any standards for a mate, the gender reversed example is a pudgy guy with video games as his only hobby who insists he needs a hot supermodel girlfriend. No, actually, that's not actually what they're looking for. Clearly, as evidenced by, at least 2 episodes of Access Vegas and certainly, damn near every episode of Fresh and Fit. Because those girls are not from the Amish Dutch country, and they're not from Paducah, Kentucky, and they're not wholesome. So clearly that's kind of out the window. However, point taken. Let's continue. I think the surprise to me here is I didn't really internalize the degree to which people, silly me, I didn't really internalize the degree to which people view weird or sexually promiscuous as undesirable as a mate. I do believe that in many cultures, this is actually true. Me being a whore, literally, does drop my mate value there. Yeah, well, it kind of it's not a cultural thing, Ayala. It's actually a biological evolutionary thing. So maybe this is news to you, but we'll continue. But in my local culture, where would that be? In my Scandinavian country? In my local culture, it doesn't drop mate value. Everybody's either a whore or whore adjacent. Was I whore? Have I ever? I think I have been whore adjacent. I got a cop to whore adjacent. Men and women alike. Married people with kids are poly or have boned a lot of people. A reasonably high amount of influential people in stable relationships have been to my orgies. Because she's a sex therapist, I guess, and that's it's time for the orgies on the California coast. You know who I'm talking about. One of my good friends, a literal whore, is engaged to be married to a high SMV successful artist. Let's say that again. A high SMV successful artist. Cappy. That's for you, Cappy. This is too good. We got to keep going with this. a successful artist. Nobody in our community finds this abnormal. In your community, I'm sure not. I've never heard a single person comment on it as weird or comment on it at all. My comment would be this. Why would you get married if you, in fact, are going to orgies? Would you not just want to be single? Why would you pretend to be monogamous in any way? Why would that even be a desire on the part of either the woman or the man in that case, if that's the norm of your community? Okay, let's see. I've never heard a single person comment on it as weird or comment on it at all. So in my personal world, as a woman, in my personal world, me rambling about my difficulties finding a man I like is banal. There's your vocabulary word for today, children. It's unremarkable, mildly interesting. The men I have dated or considered dating, including one for whom marriage was on the discussion table, are really high SMV in my communities. So high SMV in how is that defined? High SMV in that like he's like a hot guy with a big schlong. Is that high SMV? Because I would like to know what the criteria for high SMV in your community, what does that translate to? I consistently forget or underrate how outside normie culture really does not comprehend how different sexual norms can be. How they assume I must be tarnished goods, no, yellowed pearls, actually, because in their minds, an actually sexually positive culture amongst high quality, influential people cannot exist. No, it can if you condition people to sort of sublimate their innate natural revulsion responses, their mate guarding responses, their jealousy responses, which, by the way, most people don't. I mean, there's a reason why those still exist in humanity today, because they were survival adaptations and reproductive adaptations that were beneficial in the past and are probably beneficial right now. The people who view me as damaged goods would be shocked if they knew how many successful people in the world, names you likely know of, are either engaged in the lifestyle themselves, I guess swinging is the lifestyle, or at least in a relationship with high promiscuity women. They just aren't as loud about it. And the thing is, the same kinds of things that select for independent success are also the kinds of things that select for sexual promiscuity. You have to be really open-minded and an unconventional thinker, a good at risk-taking, unbound by unquestioned morality. Okay, so now we're going to turn this into an issue, a moral crisis. So we'll come back to that part. If you're the kind of person to be able to decouple enough to deconstruct the sexual morality conditioned into you by society, which, by the way, is ludicrous and on the surface of it is silly in the era of quick and easy porn, in the era of slut marches, in the era of free the nipple, in the era of International Boob Day. Those, that stuff, that's 20th century old order thinking, and it's bullshit. It's a bullshit rationale today. It's one of these things I think needs to go. It's kind of like, we teach boys to cry, and therefore it's toxic masculinity, and it's evidence of the patriarchy. And who is teaching this to our kids today? No one. This is the participation trophy generation, has been since at least the half of the millennials and all the Zoomers. Who is teaching this? No one. Who is teaching this philosophy now? No one. If anything, it's like poly is almost being accepted and turning into Christian kosher right now. So keep that in the back of your head. I think that excuse is just bullshit, because she feels convicted. She feels judged, but she has to go to the old canards, the old tropes, the old chestnuts, just explain away, why she feels the way she feels. Feels the way she does. Okay, and so the same, let's see, the same, okay, where to go? Where did I stop? Oh, you have to be really open-minded and unconventional thinker, good at risk-taking, unbound by unquestioned morality. If you're the kind of person to be able to decouple things, to deconstruct sexual morality conditioned into you by society, it makes sense. You're more likely to make clever, innovative moves in business or philosophy or art. No, it's more likely that you will make clever or innovative moves in rationalizing why you are the way you are. That seems to me that's the way it is, right? Hey, it must be morality. It must be the moral police. I mean, if I'm being judged, or if people are saying, hey, you know what? I would rather have a woman who doesn't have a high body count to bear my children because I want to know that they're my kids. All that is a clash of, well, first of all, it's a clash of ideology, but it's also a clash of this emotionalist narrative that is based on bullshit versus an empiricist narrative, which is based on evolutionary psychology and evolutionary biology. Men don't necessarily want to get with a woman who has a high body count because they want to know the kid is theirs. And I don't care about how, free a thinker you are and how clever and innovative you are. You're not going to wish away 100,000 years of hard evolution. T-Rex wants to hunt. He doesn't want to be fed. You are feeding T-Rex with this bullshit. If you celebrate unconventional genius for succeeding via breaking norms, like turning virginity into a fraud, why do you think they'd be any more conventional in their personal life? That world is full of people who accept sexual defaults that would make normies clutch pearls and cry that society is crumbling. Let me explain something to you. Normies today are the ones at the slut marches. Normies today are our Instagram girls. Normies right now, that's who we're talking about. And of course, I don't mean to say that all successful people are sexually promiscuous. My more precise claim is that the more you encounter unconventionally successful spheres, the higher the degree of promiscuity acceptance you'll find. Yeah, because a high value guy is the kind of guy who can cheat. Not that he will, not that he should. He's the kind of guy who has the options to cheat, who has the options to spin plates. LOL, a friend just DM'd me. There are a lot of dumb whores, but very few smart prudes. Yeah. Oh, that's a great tea leaf. That's a great memeable quote right there. Let me go here. Over 10 years ago, my wife told me that after her mother told her younger sister about hymen reconstructive surgery. Okay. Dude, Desi says, I know a woman who is 35, single, no kids. And through her body language, you can tell that she wants to have kids of her own, yet lives in an existence where she lives all by herself. It's sad, man. It is sad. And you know what that is? That's the Lolo Jones effect. Lolo Jones is trying to free, like I showed you this a couple episodes ago, the video of her. And by the way, I got a copyright strike for that. I didn't realize that the music she used in the back of her TikTok video was actually copyright. But I put that out there, and that it was making the rounds. I don't know if I guess it went viral. But she was like, so gotta freeze my eggs because the Lord hasn't put a guy on my doorstep and sent me the perfect husband just yet. I'm not saying go out there and be a promiscuous whore. I'm just saying that maybe you need to change your mind about yourself a little bit more. Maybe the problem is you. What's funny to me is a guy like Jordan Peterson will talk about like, oh, if women are rejecting you guys and you're incels, then the problem's not with the women. The problem is with you. Okay, well, what about Lolo Jones? Almost pushing 40, 39 years old, freezing her eggs, crying because she can't find a guy. Can't find the right guy. Of course, she's Lolo Jones. But where's that? Well, if men are rejecting you, then there might be something wrong with you, young lady. Where's that? Where's that fire? Where's that smoke? That smoke is nowhere. Let's see. Got to you. Where is this? Oh. Thought Mommy's in the club. Yeah, I should throw that one out there. Can older men date women who had kids, or are they more alpha if they get with the 40-plus cat lady who has a 200 body count? Stop qualifying in alpha or beta. Stop that bullshit. That's no fresh and fit aren't very alpha. What's with these alpha male podcasts? They're not. You're just a fucking idiot. They're not about that. Stop using alpha and beta as qualifiers. Well, if they were really alpha, they'd be more like me. They would be more concerned. How can these guys call themselves alpha? They look like they're beating up on women. The Alpha Male Podcast. Stop it, Amala. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So here's the deal. Can older men date women who has kids, or are they okay? So you know what, dude? Do what you do. Recreational use only, then recreational use only. what's the criteria? I asked this on Access Vegas. What's the criteria for a quality woman? What's your ideal chick? Somebody give me that. Here's the thing. If you're watching the replay of this and you get to this point in the video right now, I want you to go into the comments, or if you're in the chat right now, throw out some qualities that would say, here's a deal breaker. Like, assuming you could be 100% protected in marriage, assuming it wasn't an unconscionable contract, and assuming you could go and you could marry a woman, what would be the deal breaker that you say, you know what? Okay. So, and also presume this, she's a hot piece of ass. She looks like she's good. She's funny. She's fun in bed, whatever. So the sex part is definitely taken care of. What would be a deal breaker in, like, say, personality? What would be a deal breaker in her sexual past? What would be a deal breaker for you? And the reason I'm asking that is because I'm trying to get to the point where when people are asking me, like, Rolo, how come you don't have, normal girls on the show? Well, give me the description. Tell me what a normal girl is. She needs to be unenhanced. Okay, that might be. Okay, so that's a deal breaker. Really? Well, she's only for recreational use only. Okay, I'm not talking about that. What's the girl that you want to sign on the contract with, assuming you are 100% protected and it works both? It's not a downside contract. It's not unconscionable. She doesn't get the ring from me. Well, okay, how does she get the ring from you? What is it that she has to have? What's the list of criteria beyond she's got to be hot? What are the value added aspects of that woman that make her wife material? Because I don't think enough people know. I don't think you even have those conversations. Thank you very much for that. We got to do that. 20-something Virgin Rolo, available back in my own origin country. Although rare, I truly cannot see myself trying to go for it due to lack of genuine desire. Aspects have fair amount of fitness, money, game, never been married, no interest in raise someone else's kid. Yeah. Well, when I look at guys, and I seen Jason Hartman, I saw you in the chat. Sorry, I wanted to recognize you while I was here. But you got a guy like Jason Hartman. You got a guy like George Gammon. I want to say Ken, or not Ken, but Robert Kiyosaki. There's guys who make it work, who can be digital nomads. There's guys who can do that, but there's still a desire. I don't know about George Gammon, but there's, certainly on the part of Jason, and Jason's very open about this. He wants to get married. He wants to have a normal life. But the idea is the criteria to actually find a person who is good enough. Should men lower their standards or should women lower their standards? Who's got the overinflated ego? The guy with, $100 million to his name, or the woman who has 100 body count and expects you to ignore that, or to erase virginity from the English language. Good. Thank you for that super chat very much. Destiny convinced himself he's an intellectual for letting his woman get piped down by a bull. Yeah, that's another thing. You want to talk about changing the narrative and normalizing that? Destiny has to do that. He has to. He's making necessity a virtue. If Destiny wasn't Destiny, he's not with that girl. He's not married. Are you kidding? He's just another incel online. With that, especially with us, and yes, I did painfully watch the Jedediah interview with Destiny on there. First, I don't know why anyone is considering Destiny some sort of like premier expert on the Manosphere. How is Destiny any different than Jack Murphy? Well, you might as well, I'm sure Jack Murphy's available. Why don't you get him? He does pretty much the same thing. Hell, he's at least Jack Murphy. He's been about it since 2015. That's why that cuck article was such a thing. He tried to change his name. He tried to change his grift, and he got caught telling on himself, basically. But how he does the same thing. I don't know if they're married. I don't know if what's her name? Red something or other. His chick, his girlfriend. He's proud. He wrote an article saying, I'm more secure in my masculinity because I let my girl get, run through. Literally, I can show you. Go get the article. It's everywhere now. Why don't you just get Jack Murphy and interview Jack Murphy? He's just as hell. He's been in the Manosphere way longer than Destiny has, but they're pretty much the same guy with respect to like lifestyle, with respect to takes, because Jack Murphy's very much on board with pretty much the same thing as Destiny. So why is he getting a call? I'm not saying he shouldn't go call him, but I don't think that, considering Destiny as some sort of, Manosphere expert. Come on now. Go do the interview, but let's get a little more realistic here. Oh, he was on Fresh and Fit, therefore he must be legitimate. No, I would agree. I would disagree. But then again, I've been in the Manosphere for 20 some odd years. I was writing about this when guys like, well, probably even Jack Murphy, but like guys like Destiny were still watching Jimmy Neutron on Nickelodeon. So where's the expert, stuff? And the other thing is this. Also, one thing I've noticed about like Destiny is that every take that he has comes from emotionalism, and it comes from this same narrative about, oh, we need to change the language. Oh, we need to, we need to have a more equitable society. It's very much based in social constructionism. It is 100% social. Well, it's 80% social constructionism, and the 20% that's not is insignificant. No, go read Dr. Gadsod. Go read Dr. David Buss. The nature versus nurture question has been over for a long time. Long time. And so cuckoldry, poly, whatever it is really the natural extension from this idea that we shouldn't care about a woman's body count, but we should for a guy, right? Royce said this. I'm going to paraphrase Royce here. Royce there's a maxim or a quote. It's the maxim on feminism. And it is that the end goal of feminism is to maximally restrict or maximally unrestrict women's sexuality while maximally restricting men's sexuality. That is the prime directive of feminism, and has been, I would say, at least since the sexual revolution, since hormonal birth control was invented. And I still come back to that I might put that in the book of maxims at some point. It's maximally restricting men's sexuality while at the same time maximally unrestricting women's sexuality. And nothing facilitated that more than hormonal birth control that is unilaterally controlled by women. Nothing served that more than access to free and safe abortion in 1974. No, it's 72, 3, somewhere in the early 70s. I'm working on a series right now called 1971. I'll explain later. But seriously, I mean, social constructionism and the blank slate are dead. They're dead memes. They're provably dead memes. But yet we're still talking endlessly and forming our opinions and forming all this based on a bullshit lie. If you kick out the legs of the blank slate, social constructionism, emotionalism, kick those legs out, and then every woke narrative, every feminist narrative, every gender ambiguous narrative, all of that crashes to the floor. And in fact, what is a woman? Matt Walsh, kick those legs out of the stool, and your argument falls to the floor. You don't have a documentary anymore, because now we have to answer what is a woman objectively. And that's not good. That's not good radio, my friend. Yeah. But isn't it true that riddle me this, Batman? Isn't it true that a woman allowing a man to be physically intimate with her early on adds to her list of partners? Yeah. Math? Yes, it does. It adds to her list of partners. Are you licking the ice cream, Huffy? Let's see. What else do I have in here? Some of you guys. See, what I do is I get lost in the sauce, or lost in the chat here. Guys, ask yourself, has your behavior led to more sex, less sex, or no sex? Apparently it's no sex, because that's what the research says. Looks matter, but it boils down to mentality and behavior. All three, my friend. Be like water. There are synergies, by the way, between looks, money, muscles, and game. Looks, status, and game. Looks, affluence, and game. There's synergies. And I hate to use that bullshit, word. Synergistic. But there are, because if you improve in one, how does that affect the others? Are you going to be a different guy if you start getting rewarded with female attention because you got in the gym and you look better? I would say yes. Would you be more willing to experiment? Would you be a different dude with respect to game? Because now you look better than the fat ass that you were. Maybe. Would you be, if you got more game, would you be more congruent with that look? If you made more money, how does that affect those other two? How would one know if they are a natural? There's no such thing as a fucking natural. Can we just like sweep that one away? You want me to give you the natural thing? I think somebody else asked about that too. I'll get to you. Don't worry. We will come back to this, the moronic or natural, and not you, Napoleon, but like that's really kind of a red herring. Rolo, I know women change the dating scene with feminism, that we can't go back, but men who want natural women struggle to accept part of it. Yeah, we're going to get into that. Loose tits, for example. How do men balance these options or these opinions? They don't. Not right now. Not on the internet. Not in the age of Instagram. They don't. The guys who talk about that, we want women who are natural. We don't want these girls who look like Bratz dolls with their. Do you know what a Bratz doll looks like? I mean, big boofoo lips and like that. They have no nose at all. Big lips. Here's a Bratz doll. And that is your memeable moment on the Rational Male today. That's a Bratz doll. Big tits, boofoo lips. It's an 80s term. Boofoo lips. And, sexy as hell. I mean, the body looks great, but like it's almost like an alien. It's almost unreal. I mean, there should be like there should be you want to make $1 million. Here's how you make $1 million. You make the app like that's like Face App. You know what Face App is? Like you can look pretty damn good on Face App. I know guys who use it and I know women who use it. Okay. You can make yourself look pretty goddamn good with Face App. But what you can't do is make yourself look like a Bratz doll. You need that filter. We need that one added to the list of looks or whatever on Face App. Bratz doll. That's what that would be very, very popular, I think. Collagen. So, but the thing is how do men balance these opinions? Well, and that's a problem. I think this is a stupid trope that I hear, and not, you're not stupid, Soralita, but like a lot of guys will say, well, don't you know that women marry men thinking that they'll change, and that men marry women thinking that they won't change? Ha, ha, ha. Happy wife, happy life. Stop it with that bullshit, okay? Because in the age of the internet, you can go back. There's nothing better than going back and looking at the girls that you went to high school with. I've never been to a high school reunion. I went to Pasadena High School, class of 1986. There you go. Look me up. I don't give two fucks about it anymore because I've never been, and I probably never will. And I never need to because I have Facebook. All those people are on Facebook and I can see exactly how they're doing. That's really why you go to a reunion and say, oh, I wonder how these guys are doing now. Hey, Joe's a doctor. Jim's an attorney now. Oh boy, she really hit the wall. And by the way, I saw that one video, some coming at me. I don't have it on tap here, but like some dude was coming at me saying, well, Rolo is wrong about the wall. No, I'm not, because I've said that the wall starts here, my friend, not here. Want to have that debate? I will be happy to have that debate with any newbie in the red pill who wants to make a name for himself. But that's why you go to why do you go to a high school reunion? Are you still hanging out with, what's funny is like when I go and I look at the guys that I used to hang out with in the 80s, the mid 80s. Got to remember, I graduated in 86. So I started right around 82, 83. Somewhere in there, freshman in high school, tender young age. I was one of those, like, what was it, Stranger Things? This guy. People think I'm flexing. Rolo says he was like Eddie in Stranger Things. Yeah, you could go. I could show you the high school. Well, you want to see my high school yearbook? Especially my junior year. I would love to show you that picture. I should go dig that. I think I even have the. I'll put that up. I'll put that picture up. My 11th grade. I'll put up my junior year high school picture on Instagram, and you tell me if I was Eddie or not. But back in the day, the idea of anyways, the things, the idea of wanting a chick. Where was I going with this? Oh, I know what it was. Oh, it's high school reunions. So it's coming back and seeing what those guys are like in the now. So when we go and we look at the girl that we had a crush on in high school, and we go, oh, she looks good, man. Look how fat she got. And she was just like, you were just jerking off to that girl like when you were like in 11th grade or 12th, whatever. So you're a sophomore. Oh, I gotta go with her on homecoming dance. She's so hot. I want to get with Cece. That was like so. And then you go, okay, now it's 20 years later. Now it's 10 years later. Let's go back and look at her. Let's see. Does she have an Instagram? Is she on Facebook? And you go and you look and you go, oh my God. I did that, by the way, with the, what was the chick from, she was Playmate of the Year, and I want to say it was 1985, or maybe it was 86. And I forget her name, but she was Playmate of the Year in 1986, and she was on the cover of the second album by Rat. And she was in the Lay It Down video because Stephen Percy, who's the lead singer for, it's not anymore, but was this? Well, I guess he's still singing for Rat. He was dating that chick. He thought she was interesting, and he brought her on and put her in the Lay It Down video, And I was like, I don't know why I was doing the, what show I was doing, but I went and I did it like a before and after, like, why went and where is she now kind of thing. VH1, where is she now? And oh my God. Or if you look at the girl who was in, what's the chick who was in Top Gun? And you go, oh my God, she hit the wall. There's this like, guys are too happy about the wall. They're the too happy or too sad about it, right? Oh, women can be very, like, for instance, a girl, by the way, Jamie Villamore, it's public knowledge. A girl is like 42 years old. Like, she's a hammer. She looks absolutely stunning. She can still turn it out with the best of them. She hasn't hit the wall, Rolo. No, but she may have up here. 42-year-old Jamie Villamore cannot compete with the 22-year-old Jamie Villamore in the sexual marketplace. And guys love that. They love to go back and say, well, she's off the list. Boy, I dodged a bullet there. No, you never had a gun in the first place, stupid ass. And so there's this want for this feeling of like, it's like what I've called in the past pro-revenge. There's a Reddit subforum called the pro-revenge forum. And it's not just about ex-girlfriends. It could be about like family, and it could be about like your boss or something at work. But it's primarily guys who are like, oh, I went and I looked at this chick who rejected me in high school, and now, boy, she's fat. Okay, can you move on from that? Why is that appealing? Why is that so like gratifying to your ego that the girl that you were jerking off to as a sophomore in high school is now fat and you can't get with her anymore? Why is it that the girl who was in the Lay It Down video and Playboy centerfold Playmate of the Year, why do we take some particular glee in the fact that, oh, see, the wall is undefeated? Yeah, it is. Can we move on? Can we keep going? And that's where I'm sort of so coming back to your question, that's what I'm talking about. Most guys, at least I think in the past, maybe now more so, but I think most guys in the past didn't have a frame of reference to see the forest for the trees. They didn't have the God's eye view. They didn't have the long view of, okay, I'm going to marry this girl at 28, and this is what she's going to be after she hits menopause. They don't think about that. They don't talk about menopause. Maybe this was cruel, but I don't think this was cruel. I had this, I think I showed you guys this. I was about 4 episodes back. I tweeted on this. She was a very conservative tradcon girl. Most of my trad follow this girl. I can't remember her name. She's not bad looking. She's 48 years old. And she put something out on Twitter saying, 48 years old, and I just got divorced. What does life have in store for me? And I replied with a one-word tweet reply. Menopause. That's all I said. That's what life has in store for you at 48, and you're divorced. Menopause. That's what you can expect next. And it's not like, oh, you're just being an incel and gleeful and blah, blah, blah. No, I just work here. I'm telling you what life has in store for you, which is menopause. Because I can look back over the year, from my perspective, 54 years on this planet, I can go back and look and I can say, you know what? guys don't really think about that. They don't really have this God's eye view of that woman. They like people will say, well, what do you vet a woman for? What did you vet Mrs. Tomasi for? And I'm not going to give you that story one more time, but I think I married pretty goddamn well, even in spite of myself. Right. But I thought about that and I go, yeah, you know what? The quality of wife that you're going to have in the long term is going to be dependent upon the quality of the person that you are. And that's not like, oh, man up and be responsible. Because when I got married, I had two nickels to rub together, man. I was not a high value dude. I mean, I had long hair. Here's what I had. I had a long blonde hair. Go look it up. I had a 1979 Toyota pickup truck with no tailgate and a tailgate net. My assets were my amps, my Randall amps, about 2 or 3 guitars that, I don't know, probably come up to about $2,000. And not much else. I mean, I was making money just sort of going along to get along. I did not have anything remotely like what any of these women that I've ever been on any show had. I did not meet any of that criteria. So why on earth would my wife want to marry me? She was a medical professional by that time. I'm not going to tell you what she did. Why on earth? She was dating some very and she's a virgin when I met her. No, she wasn't. Am I a chump? Am I a beta blue pill guy because she had 4 boyfriends before me? At least, okay, so 8 boyfriends before me. Am I a schmuck for that? Oh, you believe that? I can't believe you didn't have a virgin bride. Dude, you will not marry a virgin. Period. If you marry anyone at all, if you get into a long-term relationship with anyone, you will not. That woman will not be a virgin. Most likely. And all odds point to no. Let's see. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Hold on. Oh, Magic 8 Ball. Will my male followers of the black pill variety, will they marry a virgin? Signs point to no. Never lies. Magic 8 Ball. I don't believe in astrology. I don't believe in anything else. The Magic 8 Ball, I put my faith in. Deal breakers. Must be Muslim, virgin, submissive, non-tattooed, and family-oriented. Wonder what that, for that criteria, I wonder, what percentage of the population, meets that criteria. By the way, when I got married at 28 years old, I in no way met any of the criteria that any of the women that I've ever been on a show where we've had this discussion have ever said at 28. And here we are. I have turned myself into a high value man, but I certainly wasn't when I met my wife. Apparently, I had potential. And she saw that potential. I don't know how, but she saw that potential. Because she had been dating some very rich dudes before that. And I was the one who had the, I'm the one who fucking had the sack. I'm the guy, whether it was game, whether it was looks, where whatever it was. It certainly wasn't money. That I'm 100% sure of. It wasn't money. But it was the potential. That's why, when I talk about, when Rich Cooper says, winners don't care, women don't care about your struggles. They care about, they wait at the finish line and they fuck the winners. Now, those women, by the way, who are waiting at the finish line, they're fucking a string of guys to get to the finish line and wait for the winner. That's, really, statistically speaking, that's where we're at right now. However, not all women can do that. So they have to look for a guy with the potential to be a winner. Spaceman Ace Freely says, talk to a girl who showed me signals and stalked me. Does she watch you in your sleep? She was too young, but very happy. A month later, I asked her out. She rejected me. Opinions. She got buyer's remorse. Easy. That's an easy one. That's a clear case of buyer's remorse. Do guys want to get married? Have no options. You know what? Thank you for bringing that up. That was actually a point of discussion today. I'm a beta chump. I'm a beta blue pill fuckwit. Don't listen to Rolo because I'm married. And only blue pill chumps get married. And only guys who don't have options, who could be fucking any chick they wanted to, they get married. Rolo made a bad decision. Don't listen to him. He's an idiot. All right, don't listen to me. Successful marriage for 26 years. Love having sex with my wife. Wonderful daughter. Master's degree. with honors. Graduated magna in both her under and graduate degrees. And yes, but despite the lies and bullshit that Anthony Johnson would like you to believe, I am not in any way getting divorced at any time soon. And my daughter loves me like a fat kid loves cake. Yep. I am a TradCon success story in the red pill with red pill reasoning, with red pill awareness. I had potential. So when I see stuff like, do you guys want to get married? Have no options. Well, I think that's a popular. Let me put that back up. Tongue is fun. That was only $2, but that was really good. In fact, you know what? That was so goddamn good.
Say my name.
Do guys get okay? Do they? Roll Tomas. What is it? Wait. No, here. This is even better.
I'm like, man, Rollo Tomasi don't get no hoes, man. Who, like, come on, man, like, who gave Rollo Tomasi this God tier status? Like,
exactly. He's been married for 26 years. Here's the best one. Okay, here's that attention you ordered. John Anthony lifestyle. Rollo hasn't seen a new vagina in 26 years. Yeah, that is true. I have not seen physically right in front of I've not seen a vagina in front of my face other than my wife's in 26 years. I'm sorry. Does that make me a chump? I have no options. He's not in the game. Fuck him. Disqualify him. You know what I haven't seen in 26? You want to know what I have not seen in the last 26 years? A dick in front of my face. That look from transgenital people. Not one, not two, not three, not four. I have not seen 4 male penises in that time frame either. So I'm pretty good. I'm good with that. I'm actually pretty good with that. So, anyways, but that's the point. That's when I get into the conversation about, well, guys with options should be able to exercise those options. I didn't say should. Guys always want to say a high value man should cheat. Why are you cheating in the first place? Why are you not just spinning plates? Why cheating only occurs when you have the implied or official, situation of monogamy. That's at least as far as I interpret that, that's how cheating is. That's the definition of cheating. You implied that you had a contract, either unspoken or spoken. You implied that you had exclusivity with that woman, and therefore you started banging other girls. Okay. How about this? Don't have a main. Just spin plates. Why not? Well, if you do, then if you're truly a high value man, Rollo, and you have options, you wouldn't be married. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me get my wife. I said I'd never get my wife. I should get her in here and say, honey, we're getting divorced because I need to make these guys think that I'm legit. Can we, we'll put that on the divorce. I'll file and we'll put that as the reason to make these black pill doomers feel better so that I'm more legit in their eyes. Sound good? My problem with this is that whenever this comes up, and by the way, even people I like Andrew Tate, Myron, Justin Waller in particular, right? It's like, well, high value man, he's been on with Mike Sartain, and they've had this conversation before that if you are really a high value guy and you have the opportunity, men are only as faithful as their options. No, they're as faithful as their investments. That's really what it is. Most guys don't have options. They are correct about that. As I've said before, what defines cheating is options and reason. Most guys who are in monogamous relationships, in marriages, they got lots of reasons. Was it 27% of American marriages are sexless right now, officially sexless? It must be porn. Whatever. The numbers are what they are. Many, at least 27%, and probably more so, have a reason to cheat. They just don't have any opportunity because most of them are fat, overweight, asocial, and are just basically, at the very best, delta males. Like they just go along to get along. Unless they engineer opportunities like buying an escort, going to a brothel or something like that, unless they engineer the opportunity to go and cheat, most guys aren't going to cheat. because they don't have the opportunity to cheat. Then there's the rare animal like Rollo Tomassi, who has lots and lots and lots of opportunity and has so for a very long time because of career choices, because of being a junior rock star in the 80s, all this. Like I have sister wives right now. I'm pretty sure that I would have the opportunity were I to just have a reason to do so, but I don't. I don't have a reason. My wife takes care of me sexually, emotionally, practically, logistically, family-wise, respectability. She definitely respects me. You know, why? Why cheat? I mean, trust me, I'm around a lot of very beautiful women who I have had either directly or indirectly told me that they are very attracted to me. I'm like, cool, but nothing I really do about it, and nothing I would do about it because I got no reason. And so that's hard to explain to a guy like Justin Waller or Myron or hell, Kevin Samuels or Andrew Tate, because the idea is that, what do guys that want to get married, do they have no options? Well, most of them, most men, the 80%ers, they get married out of scarcity. I didn't get married out of scarcity. I was spinning plates right up until like when I met my wife was one of my plates that I spun back in the day. And it lasted for about 4 months. And then she wanted to be exclusive with me. And I was like, okay, I agreed to that. It was great because I wasn't going, oh, please be my girlfriend. No, it was the other way around. She said, I don't like the idea of you banging other girls. I want to be exclusive. And that was the extent of the talk that we had. And she was a lot of fun in bed. I'm like, yeah, I think I can do that. But does that make me a beta blue pill chump for marrying my wife, making that decision? Because, I mean, is it about opportunity or is it about the investment and the integrity and the respectability? And there's a lot more that goes along with it. It's the reason. Opportunity and reason. I think a lot of guys who are saying, oh, you're only as faithful as your options are not the guys who don't understand the reason part of that, because they've never been in a relationship with a woman who never gave them the reason to want to cheat in the first place, in spite of options. And then if you look at a guy who is the guy that other men want to be and other women want to fuck and has the options to fuck them, and her girlfriends are saying, boy, if Rollo is single, if you don't want him, I do, girl. Like that third party, like pre-selection, that what I call passive dread. Think about how that reinforces a relationship. I mean, strengthens a relationship, because it's the constant reminder that she got with a guy who is high value, and that's an ego association for women. She's the kind of girl who can get that kind of guy. And and that's part of the reason. So I'm a good dog, but you got to pet me to keep me on the porch. Well, my wife pets me every time I'm about, every night before I'm about to get on that plane and go down to Vegas or out to Miami or whatever else. And it's not because it's like, you better fuck. There's no ultimatums. It's just, it is what it is, man. And so there's that reason aspect. And I don't think enough guys can guys who don't they're high value guys. No question. And they have lots of opportunity. They've never been in a relationship where it's like that woman who's with them gives them no reason to want to cheat on her. In spite of the fact, oh, they all want variety. Yeah, I do. It'd be nice, but I have a wife. My wife takes care of that. Correction, a man that's naturally good with women. Okay, well, naturally good with men. I'll talk to you about that here in just a second. Happy wife, happy life is real. Just don't tell you it's not a responsibility to make that happen. It's hers. No, let me explain to you what happy wife, happy life is. It's an ultimatum. That's what it is. It's not like some happy wife. It's an ultimatum. Happy wife, happy life is make me happy, or or your life's going to not be happy. That's what it means today. Make this bitch happy. Happy wife, happy life is an ultimatum. Not some cutesy saying, not some greeting card Hallmark bullshit. It is an ultimatum. And any guy that tells you that, he is repeating an ultimatum. Elena, nice to have you back, girl. Hey, Rollo, what do you think will force women to change and become more natural? Nothing. Is there even a solution to the problem? Love your content. What is more natural, Elena? Not getting a boob job? Not getting boo-foo lips? What's natural? What will force women to change and become more natural? What will get them to stop wearing makeup? What will get women to stop dyeing their hair? What will get women to stop wearing high heels? What will get women to stop wearing cocktail dresses or thongs? Or what will get women to wear, what's the Amish thing that the women wear with the little ruffs and stuff like that, and tying her hair back and what will it take to make women more modest? Like, what's the benchmark? That's what I want to know. Because I don't because in some cases, for the most extreme cases, especially the guys who are like, I want a virgin wife. Well, then she's got to not wear makeup. In some cases, she might have to wear a burqa, but in other cases, well, I want a girl who's like, she's, low body count and she's no body count, low body count. And she comes from a good family and da, 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 da. I'm like, not in the age of the global sexual marketplace, my friend. I would like to know what's a natural for a woman and what's natural for men. Lower her body count and the more votes she could get. Okay. What if she had, what's the maximum? 6? That's what we said on Myron on the show I did with Myron about promiscuity. What's this? Rolo is a top G.
Guilty, 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 guilty.
And G stands for guilty. Yep. Got trouble right here in River City with a capital T and that rhymes with P and that stands for pool. All right. Oh, Sarah, my future sister wife, single mommy. Well, I don't know if you're single anymore. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Sarah, my sexy sister wife, has entered the chat. Yeah. 39 years old. And she's ready to party. Here we go. Get down smooth and mellow. Sink your teeth in like jello. What else is here? Anybody else? Because I got other things to do. Shots fired. On what? For what? What did I shoot fire? I didn't shots fired. I love everybody, man. Are you kidding? Shots fired. What are you talking about? Let's see. What are buyer's remorse? What is buyer's remorse? Learn language. Come back from the ESL class. Buyer's remorse. Buyer's remorse is when this is a sales term. Actually, it's when you buy a car or you make a major purchase, and you go, "Oh, damn, I shouldn't have bought that." That's buyer's remorse. Women do that with guys. That's what buyer's remorse is. Moving on. Swallow Rolo. Yes, thank you very much. I do my very best to stay in shape. Wealth Mindset. Thank you for that $199. Yeah, swallow. The only thing swollen in my freaking glands here. Let's see. Yeah. Trying to butter me up. Okay. Should men question any move any woman makes? No. Don't assume because you're so wonderful. Don't let your ego give you any answers. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to the next ESL student, which is Sarah. Just clone yourself now. Make your sister wives happy. Give us babies. Repopulate the world with the brilliant genius of the Tomasi DNA strain. Coming soon to a theater near you. You know what's fun? Okay, we're at the end of the show, so I can fuck around. You know what happened with clearly you all know what happened with Jeffrey Epstein. One of the things I think it gets swept under the carpet about all that whole thing is there was, and I don't know where I read this because I wasn't in the Netflix special about that, Epstein Island or something. He has been on record. At least I read this somewhere that his point of like sourcing all those girls and wanting to have sex with all those girls is because he believed that he needed to repopulate the world with the Epstein seed. I mean, was the guy crazy and was a pervert and was like, pretty much, very whack? Yeah, but was he alpha? Because a lot of guys will say like, oh, well, Rolo, you only had one daughter. Therefore, you're a failure in the TradCon eyes. You should have 10 children. Well, fucking Jeffrey Epstein wanted to repopulate the world. Is that not your ideal? Or I love this when I get those stories about the fertility doctors who like impregnate women with their own sperm, and it's the guy like they think they're getting sperm from some other guy, and it's actually the pregnancy dog or the fertility doctor who impregnates all these women. Is that guy not alpha? Would that guy technically would that guy not be alpha because he spread his seed more effectively than any other dude, and has been more prolific as a result of doing that? You want to know how betas do an end run around the reproductive problem? That guy got it. That guy wins, at least for this, this century. Michael, help you code for shapeshifters, Transylvanians. Okay, thank you. Got it. Shapeshifters. Morphs. Let's see. What's that? Oh, this is a good one. Caps Lock Hustler. Rolo-san, do the guys in the Manosphere like Rich Cooper or the Tates know your wife? Rich Cooper has met my wife personally. And Andrew Tate, I'm sure, has seen pictures of my wife because he's very tight with Justin Waller. And Justin Waller has been in Tahoe with myself and Ned and my wife. And the only person, by the way, in the sphere to meet my daughter has been Tori. And let's see, I'm trying to think who else. Oh, Miguel has met my wife as well. Just Miguel from Dollar Cost Crypto. I should say, God damn, I almost forgot. Sam Bada's met my wife. Yeah. Do they know my wife? No, they don't know know her in the biblical sense. No. I've had many chances to cheat, just not at the moment. Okay. You can like manufacture chances to cheat. You can manufacture opportunities. That's what prostitution's all about. Most guys won't do that because they just want to get their girl or their woman to like, come back to them. You can't cheat. Just look at you. You're a grandpa with a greasy ponytail and you've got your beard. Oh, wait. He doesn't have a chin strap beard today. Super sticker. Thank you. Oh, man. Here we go. Thank you. Rolo showing some love for all the content that you put out weekly, constantly updating studio. Respect, good sir. Thank you. I've got some other stuff coming in here too. You know what? Let me see. Can you actually here? I will show you. Maybe if I showed you, like, here's the other part of the studio. Like, I've got my signed Death Angel by Death Angel. Maybe I can put that up there. Here. Can you see that? There you go. That right there is a tip. You can. Sorry about the little clip there. That is a Ted Aguilar signature LTD ESP guitar. Ted Aguilar is one of the guitarists in Death Angel. I went to go see Death Angel and I had them sign. All the guys signed it. I was first, I was going to just get Ted to sign it because Ted I follow on Instagram and we kind of like, throw shit back and forth. He's such a good dude. But that's not to take anything away from like Rob Cavastani or Mark, or who else? Will or Damien. Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much. Yes, I am trying to make improvements to Red One Studio with $50 super chats from David Jones. I know a guy who was spinning plates early in 2010 for years and narrowed it down to one. But when he did, she became critical of him and his wife, and then broke it off because she got older, because she felt power shift and she just want to win. Did she just want to win? I know a guy who was spinning plates early in 2010s. Okay, again, a different era, but okay, for years, and narrowed it down to one. When he did, she became, there's this thing called periods that you should probably, like, I don't know, maybe they teach you in the ESL class. Periods. Try to use those a little bit more. But when he did, she became critical of him, personality and his life, and then broke it off because cause because she got older, cause she felt power shift, or did she just want to win? No, she probably, you got to understand, when women get older, they understand, I think innately, that they lose sexual market capital. They lose agency. That's why I say the wall is not here. I have personally seen them sit across the table from me on many a podcast where a woman is 40 some odd years old. And I'm like, damn, I would tap that she is absolutely stunning. It's not the physical aspect. The wall starts here, guys. How many times do I have to say that? Let me do a Cappy hand wave. Guys, the wall doesn't start here. The wall starts here. It's the women acknowledging that they can't compete in the sexual marketplace to the same degree at 42 that they could at 22. Got it? Please stick that in your brains. Anyone who wants to get into the manosphere and talk about, oh, those guys laugh at girls at the wall. Men go hit the wall too. That's not what we're saying. I know it gets clicked through, but don't misrepresent us, please. Accuracy. That's the hallmark of 2022. Accuracy in the red pill. That's all I'm looking for. I'm sorry, David. So Davy Jones. So when women get older, they understand that they are losing market capital. They understand that they're losing agency. And so therefore, that's what creates the power balance. It's about a want for long-term security. I've said this, and since you kindly gave me $50 for this, I will also explain this to you. When women are between the ages of 18 and 28 years old, when they are in the hoe phase, and for lack of a better term, the phase at which they are going to be, the 10 years of their life that they are going to be in their prime attractiveness, arousalness, whatever, to get a guy, to lock down a guy during that time, that's 10 years. What they're trying to do in a 10-year space is find a guy who's going to provide them with provisioning, protection, and parental investment for the next 80 years, assuming they live to be like 90 or 100. Women outlive guys, right? They will need security, long-term security, for longer than they have the ability to procure long-term security. That's the whole enchilada. You want to know, well, the hoe phase, that's what the host phase is all about. Using that capital and that agency between 18 and 28 because winter is coming. Because winter is coming. Did you like that? I like that too. Thanks, Subs. Rolo, we have the stats for a quality women hourglass figure, 20 to 24, feminine and submissive. What is feminine? I asked the girls this too. What constitutes feminine? I need to be more of my feminine energy. What is that? Please tell me, because I need a definitive answer. Like, what is feminine? Oh, she's got to be kind, nurturing. She cooks. She cleans. No, I mean, you can buy, if that's the case, you can go and buy a housekeeper and that girl, because she's feminine. I want to know. Like, a lot of guys won't give me a definitive answer on that. And submissive men find women with tattoos as more promiscuous. So no tattoos. Dust show signs of promiscuous behavior. Okay. How many tattoos? One. My wife has a tattoo. Did you know that? She has a tattoo around her ankle. You probably would never even notice it. It's like a Hawaiian flowers kind of tattoo kind of thing. Is that, forget it. Forget it. Wait. Hold on. Rolo.
You lose. Good day, sir.
Get out of here. You have a tattoo around your ankle. I've got this tat. Does that make me low? Hey.
You lose. Good day, sir.
Yes. Does that make me undesirable? Okay. I understand the tattoo thing. I get it. I understand. Okay. But is there a threshold? Because maybe it's coming from like the LA metal scene from back in the day. I don't have a problem with girls with tattoos. I mean, as long as they look hot. I have a problem with, here's what I have a problem with. I have a problem with really like grossly morbidly obese girls walking through Walmart in shorts with tattoos on their legs. And like, I don't even care what the tattoo is. It's like, it's always like in some random ass place. Yeah, I have a problem with that. A hot girl with tats or just a few. And I don't mean like the tramp stamp or the booby chandelier. I'm just talking about like, you got to, you got one when you're 19. All right. Okay. Are they, by the way, you are correct. There are actually studies, by the way, warrior race, that show that women with tattoos tend to be more promiscuous. I think it was Rolf Dengen has the stats for that. I should go get that at some point. You rang. We are going to do something very funny here in just one moment. She gave him her prime, and when he chose her, she was 30, and then she broke it off. Okay. Yeah. Well, she invested in it. She thought he had potential. He did not. Wait. Here's what happened.
He chose poorly.
That's what happened. He chose poorly. She chose poorly. I got to get to the starred ones here. These are too good not to get to. Sorry, I had these in reserve. These are in strategic reserve. Hey, Rolo, off topic, but I will have to say that Tate's conversion to Islam has divided the red pill. I don't think so. Not so much as you think. Okay. Now, I will give you my interpretation. I will give you my expert witness opinion on all this. I will give you my interpretation. He could have just kept his beliefs discreet like you do. And I do. I have a faith. I actually do believe in God. I have a faith. I would like to go to church, but I'm trying to find some church that's actually like not a franchise. How is he different from Ruslan or Roosh? He's not. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Like, here's the thing. Roosh, at the very least, and you're going to love the next little video I play. At the very least, Roosh has stayed consistent in his conversion. Now, honestly, I think Roosh really made his necessity a virtue. And he played the prodigal son game. He was coming back to the faith. And that's what a lot of guys do. It's part of what I call the script, okay? Once guys go out there and it's like the prodigal son. They go and they get their father's inheritance and they say, Father, give me my inheritance. I'm going out into the wide world to seek my fortune and I need my money right now. And the prodigal son goes out in the world and he blows it on hookers and blow. And he comes back destitute and poor and, oh, Father, I'll just sleep with the swine. I'm coming. And what does the father do? Oh, my son is returned to me. Slay the fatted calf. Have a party. Let's bring him back. But the story of the prodigal son is not about the prodigal son. It's about believers. It's about the people who are stick to the family, who are true to the faith. Because the prodigal son coming back is a story about reaffirmation, I should say, of the faith. See, this is the example of people who stray from the faith and then they come back to the faith. And we have to welcome them back in. And of course, his brothers will go, look, what the fuck, man? You get like he went out there and spent all that money and you come back and you throw a party for him. And then, of course, the parable is that, it's like, well, my son was lost and he comes back to me. But the affirmation part is for the people who never went out and did what the prodigal son did in the first place. And that's really the story that Roosh, or that archetype, or the mythology that Roosh is using. Now, is Tate using that mythology? Because it makes for a very powerful grift. Because it's unfalsifiable. Like by the way, Christians who would have thrown Roosh under the bus or held him up as the great devil of the universe, he's all about writing lay guides. And he casts all that aside. And he has a true conversion to whatever, Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox Christianity. Grows a big, long, Kaczynski beard. Lives in, I don't know where he's living right now or what he's doing. I do know that he still has a YouTube, well, not YouTube channel. Does he? I know he's still writing blog posts. I know he still has a newsletter because I get the newsletter. I know he's still making appearances and doing talks and everything. But he's doing talks on sort of the religious circuit in spheres he never would have been welcomed into before. Prodigal son returneth. And that is always going to be a very powerful grift because it plays on a human mythological archetype, because it reaffirms the people said, oh, our tribe is actually right, because here's a guy who strayed from the tribe and then he came back because he found out there beyond, in the great beyond, that we really have the true faith. Now, is that what's happening with Tate? Tate needs to, like, I hope so. I hope he's sincere. I really do. Because if he's not, he is playing with fire. And I don't know. I was skeptical of Rouge. I'll still be skeptical of Tate. I don't know if it's sincere or if it's the fact that he wants to move to Dubai, which I think he is permanently moving to Dubai. I don't know for sure. I should ask Justin about that. Justin would know. But either way, playing with fire, but using the same narrative. I've seen Muslims who are like, this smells a little fishy. Then I see Muslims who are like, he's finally come and he understands that we are the true faith. The prodigal son returneth. Only in this case, it's Islam. Now, did he have a sincere conversion of the faith, or is it because it is the most practical faith for him to have because he can facilitate like 4 wives or have multiple chicks? Like Myron is a Muslim. People don't understand. Like Myron is Islam. He won't eat pepperoni. Myron doesn't drink. I've never seen Myron have alcohol. He doesn't drink. I know he doesn't eat pork because I mistakenly wanted to order a pepperoni pizza one time and he's like, I don't eat pepperoni. I'm like, why? He's like, pork, dude, or whatever. It's like, it's haram, pork. Haram! Pork, no. So he's sincerely part of the faith. How come like Muslim groups aren't going, hey, Myron, come to us, talk to us about your faith, talk to us about Islam. He's from an Islamic Muslim family. That is still intact. Brother, sister, mom, dad. Nobody makes him. He doesn't make the headlines. Tate does, because it's the prodigal son returneth. That's why. So how is he different from Ruslan? Ruslan is a grift. Ruslan is all brand. And I'll tell you why I believe that. I interpret it that way. I see it that way. Is because if I go and I look at like Ruslan and then I look at the guys from Iron Disciples, who, by the way, I don't necessarily all agree with everything because I just think that they just don't know enough. But I see a sincerity and an authenticity and a genuineness to want to actually have conversations that Ruslan would never dream of, would never have. Because it's not about what he pretends to be about. It's about like how many followers can I get? How can I develop this channel? It's all brand. That's a problem I think that we're running into these days. Is everybody's all brand. A guy can naturally have game, but can a guy naturally be red pilled, or is it always learned? Now, here's the thing. When we're talking about naturals, and here's the conversation about naturals, there's no such thing as a natural. Naturals are just guys who learn things quicker than you did because they had a natural advantage earlier on. Still had to learn the same social skills. They still had to learn game. They might have had an advantage, because they were good looking, but they understood earlier on that women would innately, because facial symmetry or height or whatever else, looks do count. Thank you very much. I 100% have always said that looks make a difference. Definitely part of it. But through the luck of the draw, through the genetic lottery, they had something about them that made them like arousing to women. And therefore they were ahead of you in the game. They still had to learn those things. They still had to learn, the same thing you do. They just learned it quicker. Because they figured out what they were rewarded for, and they went with that. Now, the problem with quote unquote naturals is they end up becoming what I call blue pill alphas. But can you learn that? Is it learned or is it not? I don't necessarily think that alpha is necessarily a learned trait, although I would say that it can be innate, depending on like what that guy looks like and what how he was raised. There's definitely like environmental and social conditions that lead to that guy being what we would stereotypically call an alpha. But then there are also alpha guys who had to really bust their asses to get to that point where they alpha before because they weren't alpha before. It's like I said before, there are artists who are great artists because they have a natural ability and a natural talent. And then there are artists who are great artists because they love the art so much that they wanted to be the best at that art. And they built themselves up until they were a master of it. Are they innately as good as the guys who were like the naturals? That you arguably they are. Who knows? But they didn't start the game with the natural talent that other guy had in art or music or writing or whatever it was, or whatever their innate talents happen to be. And yes, there's a genetic component to that. I 100%, that, again, 4 laws of genetic behaviorism. However, when you combine the two, when you got a guy who has talent and loves the art so much that he applies himself at it every single day, that's how you get like the Michael Jordans of the world. That's how you get Tiger Woods. That's how you get like the Leonardo da Vinci's. That's how you get like the masters, the guys who are like make it look effortless because they apply themselves and they have a natural talent. That's the guy who's going to change the effing world. But can you learn alpha? Yes. Can you be a natural? Can your innate conditions give you a pre-advantage so that you are? Yes. Both are true. Uncle T, my game is somewhat okay. I wanted to do something that works on all women, no matter the circumstances. Is that unrealistic? Yes. Yes, it is. One size does not fit all. As I've said before, you want me to get into the direct game versus indirect game conversation again? Direct game is just indirect game with taking all the unnecessary steps. That's really what it boils down to. Is there a one size? You are not going to bat 1,000. Even with bulletproof game, you will not bang every woman. It's not one size fits all because you got to remember there's contexts. There's so too many variables. The context and the variables are too varied that it's never going to be one size fits all. If I had that, I wouldn't be doing this podcast. I would sell it to you and live happily ever after on, I don't know, some tropical island with slave girls like peeling me grapes and giving me head whenever I wanted. That's what trust me, that magic bullet doesn't exist, or that pill doesn't exist. I'm having a disagreement with a friend over iron rule number 4. Of course, I think I got to this already. What data studies can you send me? Okay, so here's the deal. An iron rule Tomasi number 4 is the move, the shack. I believe it's shacking up, right? Pretty sure that's it. Which is never move in with a girl that you don't plan to marry within 6 months. Which is really today, it's don't move in with a girl. Guys are, well, but I get hot and cold running sex. It comes with the utilities. It's great. We share the rent. It's just economical for us, Rollo. Yeah, but you lose all leverage and all maneuverability in that situation. Are there studies for that? I can give you, I don't know. I don't really look to see if there are studies that show that guys get less sex when they get into a live-in situation. That's not like something that's like sort of a data thing. It's really about just the practicality of it. It's really, I don't know, to me anyways, it seems like a pretty deductive reasoning. You don't want to put your name on a lease for a year which basically sends the message that I, the undersigned, promise to be loyal and only have sex with you, and you're going to live in here, and that's how it's going to work. That's what the rule's really about. Data wise, I don't know. I should look that up actually. Like live-in situations. I can look. There's plenty of cohabitation studies. Maybe do you want me to? I don't know, but I will find out for you. How's that? Do you think there's a potential correlation between a woman with a low body count and the potential to kill the party? Yes. FOMO, fear of missing out, on peak SMV. Yes. Let's see. So when it comes to, fear of missing out, when it comes to kill to party, the women who have the worst kill to party are usually the girls who have a baby early on, and then they still want to continue to be in their SMV years. They still want, because I think on some level of consciousness, women know that they want to get a guy that they can settle down with and find a guy with benefits. And the only way they're going to do that is if they keep themselves, at least the perception of themselves, being available. And that doesn't include a kid. I think on a visceral level, women understand that if they put a picture of their kid on their Instagram, that doesn't work very well with the G-string shots trying to convince guys that they're single. That's why I had that discussion on Access Vegas with the girls too. It was like, there's a reason why women don't want, like, to ask a woman or to expect a woman to delete her social media accounts after the marriage is consummated. Is like they're, I would never do. Why? You must be insecure to ask me to. The reason why they panic is because it takes away a fail safe. If this doesn't work out, at least I got my sexy ass shots on Instagram and I can hit the ground running if this motherfucker doesn't turn out to be the right guy. That's really what it boils down to. And really, that's what Kill to Party boils down to. They don't, like, the child is an inconvenience for their funnel marketing on Instagram, for their funnel marketing in the sexual marketplace. That's what I came at Michaela for. That's what I came at Casey Anthony for. That's what I've come at other women for too, not just them. But that's what the Kill to Party dynamic is all about. It's not actually killing the fucking child. It's about how the child is an obstacle to completing or to solving the reproductive problem and facilitating a woman's life plan. That's what Kill to Party is about. What can a 21-year-old do to build his alpha fuck side? Get in the gym, which you already said, besides lifting. I want to become more arousing to women. Here's what you do. You go and you buy this book. That's what you do. Get the Player's Handbook. That will help you develop. That will help you understand the game, and you will be able to be more appealing. Also, join the Men of Action group. Hey, buy my stuff. How's that? Can we say that? Am I allowed to shill for things that I think should be shillable? There you go. Primarily, get in the gym. What are the top 5 books you recommend for men to read minus the Rational Male books? All 5 of the rational. Let's see. 48 Laws of Power. Bam. Mastery, especially if you're young. Both of those by Robert Greene. 33 Strategy of War 2. For what purpose, really? Because like I would give you top 5 for like sort of like life development versus game versus like philosophy, fiction. I would read Dune. Read Dune. That's definitely on my top 5. What else is on my top 5? Recommend for men. Must read. The Red Queen, Matt Ridley. God, I want to say Alpha God would be on that list too, by Dr. Hector Garcia. I'm trying to look at. I could look at my bookcase and see what I have up there. Is that enough? I don't know. Like I'm automatically presuming that you want to like what do you want to learn is really the question. Top 5 book, definitely 48 Laws of Power is on there. I'm trying to think of the ones I keep coming back to. It's almost always Robert Greene, right? The Ape That Understood the Universe by Steve Stewart Williams. There you go. There's 5. Unrelated, but it's been on my mind. Okay. Tell the doctor. Have there been attempts in the red pill to build bridges with women's dating coaches? No, and there shouldn't be. All you have to do is go watch Adam Sosnick's interview of Marnie Winggirl last week, and you will understand exactly why. I sometimes watch Matt Hussey to hear what advice women receive for dating. Yeah, Matt Hussey I will give Matt Hussey this. He's a good-looking motherfucker. He's a really good-looking guy. No homo, really good-looking guy. I understand how he leverages that. He leverages that in the same way that the Red Pill Rotary Club of women try to leverage their good looks, their tits. Like he does exactly the same thing. He knows that damn near every woman in that audience, all the soccer moms, all the 40 plus divorcees, the spinsters who built a great career for themselves and have everything on point and they can't find the right guy. Man, goddamn, dude. I'm not a big fan of Matt Hussey, but I am a big fan of that grift and that shill. That is awesome. But building bridges, what bridges would be built? Tell me. Hafiz tried to build bridges, right? Hey, we need to talk about the advantages of marriage. Boy, I can hardly wait for Jordan Peterson to come up with that. And let's see. What else do I have? Have there been attempts to build bridges with women's dating coaches? No, because women's dating coaches don't give good advice. End of story. And yes, do you want me to use the analogy? I'll use the analogy because you're expecting me to use the analogy, which is, you don't, the wolf does not ask the deer how best to kill it. Okay. But the thing is, here's the worst part. That's the automatic. That's the go-to analogy. However, here's the rundown. Women cannot experience the male experience. They don't care about the male existence. If women don't care about the struggle and they wait at the finish line to fuck the winners, do you really want to take advice from those women who are waiting at the finish line? Answer me that, Batman. No. They don't give good dating advice because it's always from a female specific. It's always to serve a female goal. That's why. So when women get into the red pill space, it's usually to build a brand. I made this observation last week. Paul Elam, Dean Esme, Cassie J, all the girls who are like, you name an MRA who isn't female besides Paul Elam and maybe Dean Esme. They're all female because they all came into the space to use that space, to use that as a springboard for their own personal brands. And eventually, that's usually what happens. I need to build my YouTube channel. So I'm going to go and go on with a pickup artist. I'm going to go on with this guy. I don't care about men's struggles. I'm going to go do whatever's best for me. I'm going to go and, that doesn't get me eyes on the screen. Most women, when they come into the space, it's not about actually wanting to help men. It's not. If I'm going to criticize a guy like CGA or Joker, or if I'm going to in some way say that, you know what, to me, I don't get the authenticity. I don't get the real vibe, the realness vibe in that case, because I saw them come in and I saw what they become. Now I sound like I'm like, Joe, you're jealous of CGA. No, I'm not. I was there when it happened. I was there before it happened. I was there before anybody even knew what their names. I was there before. I was in the Manosphere before you even knew who Jordan Peterson was. Long before then. I'm not trying to get props. I'm just telling you the facts here. And I've seen this happen. This is the cycle. This is what goes on. So if I'm going to be critical of them, how can I not be critical of what I see, the disingenuousness of the female dating coaches, the women's dating coaches, guys, right? The guys or girls for that matter, right? Matt Hussey is only playing to an audience because he knows he can't. By the way, Mark Manson, same shit. So Mark Manson pivoted big time to that market. He didn't used to be that way, but now he is. Why anybody takes Mark Manson seriously or Evan Mark Katz or Matt Hussey seriously right now? I mean, how long has he been doing the same thing? How long? If you take a guy like Justin Baldoni seriously, like God, vaya con Dios, I can't help you. If you can't see what the disingenuousness in that, I got to save who I can and read Last Rites to the Dying. And I've had to read Last Rites to the Dying to a lot of people who I really like. Sup, Rolo, is it possible there's a correlation between woman's ability or lack thereof to facilitate a healthy relationship with a man if she has commodified her sexuality? No, and no. And that's exactly what this entire episode has been about up to this point. The commodification of women's sexual agency. That's it. That's why. What else? Kelvin. Like the Kelvin scale? At what point is it too late to inform a girl you're not exclusive? After the first date? After you smash? No, you don't inform. You let your behavior, it's dijo sin hablando, my friend. Speak without speaking. That's what it is. You don't go, okay, hey, it's the first date, so I just want to get square things away here. I'm fucking other bitches. You don't. Women want to play the game. They don't want to be told that they're playing a game. That's why. If you don't know how to communicate that by not saying anything, like guys who get a lot of pussy manifest behaviors that women realize this is the kind of guy who gets a lot of pussy. Manifest those behaviors. You don't have to, say, on the first date, you don't have to say, hey, I'm spinning a whole bunch of other plates. So if this doesn't work out, I love you. You're a nice girl, but if this doesn't work out, just want you to know. No, dude, that's, and it's not because it's not ethical. It's not good game, bad game or anything. It's just pragmatism. It's just impractical. Why would you say something like that and be that upfront and that literal about it? You demonstrate, do not explicate. Demonstrate with your behavior and your actions that you are not exclusive. That's how you do it. Warrior race. Forgive me, Godfather. Definition of femininity. Sweetness. Is that like a nice voice? Is that like a ASMR voice? Supportiveness, gentleness, warmth, passivity, cooperativeness, expressiveness, modesty, humility, empathy. Pulled right from the Wikipedia definition. Empathy, affection, tenderness, and being emotional, kind, helpful, devoted, and understanding. Very good. Thank you. That was a very good. You know what? You forgot one thing. Nurturing. I like to use that one in there. That's a good. Actually, I will clip and save that, warrior race. Thank you very much for that. What else is in here? Who did I miss? I don't think I did. I don't think I missed anybody. Yes. Myron, by the way, is a Muslim. Why not interview him instead of Tate? He's been a Muslim for a lot longer than Tate. Rolo, Kylie Kalinsky has been giving bad takes on the Manosphere. Kyle? Who's Kyle? Kyle who? Who? Mark that, Sam, mark that one. I want to know who Kyle Kalinsky is. Are you willing to respond to him? Are you too cool? Yes, I am too cool. And I don't know. I have no idea who the hell Kyle Kalinsky is. Is that Corey Wayne's brother? Is that, let's see, who else hates me? Kyle Kalinsky, is he a rapper? Does he know DJ Academics? Like who? Like, I don't know. If I didn't know the name, how am I supposed to react to him? Of course, now everybody's going to send me that. Hot girls with tattoos is like slapping a bumper sticker on a Freya. Yeah. Mustang. Actually, it's a Lamborghini. Okay. Can you put one bumper sticker on a Lambo? You know what you should do? You should put my band's logo. I have stickers, by the way, for Trial of Ascension. Maybe that would be a good bumper sticker. You could put that. What about a Tate tattoo? Is that okay? If she says, baby, I love you so much. I want to be with you forever. You made an eternal mark on me. I can't forget about you for the rest of my life. I want to tattoo your name on me. I bet you'd be just fine with that. Sure you would. Oh, I guess she's not a slut. It's my name. Every man wants a slut. He just doesn't. He just wants her to be his slut. Say my name. Say my name all the time.
Say my name.
She gave him her prime. And when he chose her, she was 30. And then she broke it off. He's not the one. I don't feel like he is my soulmate. I have a tat. Yes, I do. I'm proud of it. I might get another one, actually. I was just thinking about getting another one on my other shoulder. What should I get a tat of? All men must go to the altering of iron. The altar of iron. Altar. Pay and embrace it. A weak body will have you a weak mind. Yes, please. Go to the glorious house of gains. Size of the prize. Goal. Swallows the goal. It's gains o'clock, motherfucker. Let's go. Thank you, Robert Frank, for enriching my life with all of that. I got to get... Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Speed Freak. Speed Freak. Oh, that... I like your avatar. Okay. Chuck. Good luck, Chuck. I'm in complete agreement with Iron Rule number 4. This thing is that he's getting a kept place. Kelt is a yeah, the reason why there's such a thing as laundry, sex, on-demand meals. My main thought is the Duluth stuff. Plus, she's locked into a lease. Yeah, well, great. So would you like me to explain to you the Iron Rule of Tomasi number 4? The reason why I came up with that, again, the iron laws or the iron rules of Tomasi are like the 48 laws of power. They're not guides to life. They're not 12 steps to life. They're the 48 laws. They're the 9 iron rules of power. The 9 iron rules of Tomasi. You don't have to use them. You have to know them, but you don't have to use them. They're in no way a step-by-step guide to have a better life. You don't follow the rules of Tomasi to, oh, well, I got all through all 9, so therefore I guess I'm a black belt in red pillology. No. They are maxims. How's that? Is that better? They're not step by steps. So when I say, never, what is it? Never shack up with a girl. Never put your name on a lease with a woman. Never get into a cohabitation thing, because the reason for it is because you lose all maneuverability. That's why. And any kind of like competition anxiety goes out the window. You might as well be married, really, if you think about it, because you're just basically saying, I'm going to be monogamous with you. And you were saying, just like your friends there, a well-kept place, laundry, sex on demand, blah, blah. Can you not get that single? Would she not still want to have sex with you? Would she still not? See, the thing is like the power, well, it's a power dynamic, but the desire dynamic definitely changes when you are seeing that person day in and day out. There's the urgency is decreased. When you like, guys will tell me this all the time, Rolo, how do I get back to that hot monkey sex that we used to have when we were, dating? I lost a frame, Rolo. You probably didn't. It's just that what you lost was the urgency and the competition anxiety, and you lost at least the passive dread. And the dread is it's FOMO, fear of missing out. I might miss out on locking this guy down if I don't fuck him urgently right now. Thank you again. My heaven. My stars and heavenly days. Thank you. Thank you for that, boy. Is that Trillstein? Because Trillstein is known for doing that. I'm happy to. You know what? I almost don't want to end the show, but I got to end with this. So we've talked about the virgins. We've talked about the idea. I think that there's this mistake on the part of the red pill women's Rotary Club that there is some sort of dichotomy, some schism in the manosphere about guys who want this wonderful, virginic, not run through, natural girl with no big tits and with no implants, no enhancements, no boo-foo lips, no Bratz dolls. We just want a nice down to earth country girl from, Paducah, Kentucky, who just was raised on the Lord and her good mama and good daddy. And she's just got it. We want that girl. She's just untainted by society and Instagram. And we want her to be, let's see, she got to be an evangelical Christian or something that's closely aligning with whatever it is that the guy wants. She thought, just make her perfect. We don't want her to be too pretty, but she can't be not pretty. She's got to be sort of like wallflower, but she's a slut, but she's only our slut. We bring it out in her. We're just like the perfect one. And we got to have that girl. And because we're ready for it, because we know that's the kind of girl that we're destined for. And these other whores that are on these shows, we would never demean ourselves and debase ourselves to ever want to approach those girls. We would never want to do that with ourselves. We have too much respect for ourselves. The Lord don't want us to do that. They don't want them big titty girls. Them big old circus tits. No, that's just that's unnatural. No, we want this perfect girl from the Amish Dutch country, right? Okay, we know that. Thank you. That's just as unrealistic as the girls who are saying, I need a guy who's got $5 million, he's worth $5 million. Yeah, thank you very much. There you go. Will it ever stop? No, it won't. You know what it'll stop? When the internet explodes, when the world explodes. That's when it'll stop. Stop looking for solutions. Stop looking for solutions in that respect, anyways. So here's the deal. Okay. So we got our good girl. How do we get that, Rolo? Get those girls. Get us some soccer moms on the show, Rolo. Get us some single mommies with 5 so we can run them up the flagpole and call them whores. Please, Rolo, get us some soccer moms. Get us some normal girls. Get us some girls who just wear, I don't know, sundresses and sun hats, walk in fields of wheat. Can we get those girls on the show? We would love to have them on there so we can just tell them how wonderful they are. Because surely if I got this nice, idyllic girl from the countryside somewhere, from a fishing village, or who off of a farm somewhere, who's never been on the internet, doesn't know what Instagram is. Find that girl for me, Rolo. Find her, please. Virgin. Not fat. They're all fat, Rolo. Don't get me a fat girl. Where can I find her? Where's the Holy Grail? Where's the Holy Grail woman? You don't want that girl. You do not want that girl. You don't want her. You sure should don't want her on my show. And you don't want her on Fresh and Fit, clearly. By the way, and Mo is right about this. The women that are on Fresh and Fit, they're from all over the place. That's the problem is you get that girl on you get that girl on the show, you'll be very disappointed because you will find something wrong with that girl. There will be something that just ain't right. That ain't normal. I could find you the most idyllic, like pastoral girl who's just milking cows somewhere. I can find that girl for you. And you know what? You would not believe it. Or her criteria for a long-term relationship, you don't meet it. That's what would happen. And if you don't, you would say, oh, that girl's a whore. There must be something wrong with her. You don't want that. You want those girls. You want me on that wall. You want those tits on that wall. You're not prepared. You can't handle that wall. You don't want that girl. We tried. I gave you Miss Nevada 2019. Yeah, she's full of herself. She got big tits. She got Botox. Like, you're going to have to decide what's the threshold there. Okay. So anyways, with that said, I want to make you guys aware here at the end. I do have to put this on here because I went through all the trouble to sort of cobble this together. And this is sort of a response to a video, but I mentioned this on last Sunday's show. And I've said this before, and I will say this again. I have been in the manosphere for almost 21 years now. And in that time, I've seen things come and go, and I've seen trends come and go, and I've seen moral crises come and go. And I've seen everyone says, oh, Rollo, things are changing. All these guys want to get into the manosphere and they're going to abandon it in a moment. Or they're, how are we going to get guys to get married? How are we going to, Jordan Peterson's got to do a 3-part series on, to get these guys back on the plantation. How do it, what? React to me. What's your response? Who's that? Was that guy? Kyle. Respond to Kyle. About what? I will guarantee, I don't even know who that dude is. I will tell you this. I'm just going to make the assumption here. I'm going to presume, and I'll hate being right all the time. I will guarantee you he's ignorant. And not like, oh, you're dumb. That's not an insult. I mean, you're ignorant of what the manosphere really is. Guys who are coming into this space, even if you've been here for 5 years, you're still ignorant of everything that led up to where they're at right now. You don't even know who made up alpha widows. You have no earthly concept about that. You have no earthly concept about the war bride dynamic. You have no earthly concept. Certainly have no earthly concept about the 80-20 rule. Oh, it sounds cute. Let's put it on my new video, my reel. No, you don't. That's why I keep pushing for accuracy. Right? No. Most of the guys who are in this space have no history and they have no understanding of why those trends come back around. All they want to do is shit on people who authentically have that history, who knew about this, who saw this coming. And they want to find ways to mischaracterize that. And they want to find ways to turn, like I said, remold those words into something else. They want to find some sort of way to promote themselves as being original and novel in this space. Roll Tomasi, don't get no hoes, man. Show me the receipts. Oh, let's do a whole breakdown of the 9 iron rules for Anthony Johnson. Let's go and shit all. Let's go and dox Rollo because that'll build our brand. If there's any advice I would give. If you come into this, if you're I don't care if you're part of the Red Pill Women's Rotary Club. I don't care if you're coming into the space, you say, Rollo, I want to start my own blog. I want to start my own podcast. I want to start my own, whatever it is. I want to get into this space because I really feel drawn. I really feel like this is where I want to be. Good. But at least do the homework. Understand who you're dealing with. Understand their histories. Understand when they have sold their asses out and what they're selling themselves out for right now. Look at where the pivot started. You owe it to yourself. If you are genuinely, authentically in this space, you better damn well do your homework. You better come correct because Uncle Rollo will take you to the fucking woodshed every time, like I'm about to do right now. So know who you're dealing with. I don't mean me, but I mean like if you're dealing with other people, right? I don't know who this Kyle guy is, right? What's your response? What's your reaction? I don't know. I don't even know who the guy is, but I'm supposed to know because you're going to give me a $5 super chat, presuming I know who the fuck you're talking about. I don't. So where do we go from there? Look at who has the background, who has the history. I'm not talking about, the fat kid in Brazil has 50. Well, what are we up to? 1,550 lay count right now and 4 Transylvanians. Yeah. Okay. Well, look who has the history. Look who has what my receipts are? 5 fucking books are my receipts. You know what my receipts are? 20 years in this space. 10 years of that spent in So Suave writing and having conversations. That's where my receipts are. So when people start shitting on you or start throwing rocks at me and trying to build a name off of my name, okay. If that's who you choose to work with, by the way, people wanted to ask me like, how come you don't work with CGA? I don't work with CGA, and I've said this before. I will say it one more time. I don't work with CGA because I primarily, like, I've got problems with him with the whole Rich Cooper situation. That's like I said. There's three reasons why I don't deal with him, but the main reason is because he still thinks Anthony Johnson is a legitimate way to sort of get his brand out there. Like it's worthwhile. It's a worthwhile thing to do. And if you don't have the sense to understand who you're working with, then I got no time for you, and I ain't going to work with you. I agree with a lot of things. I wish I could. I really wish I could. But I'm not going to do that because clearly there's no sense being spoken right there. So if you decide that you want to go work with somebody who has in the past been paid by Anthony Johnson or has gone on his show or has done anything, thrown hit pieces at me, trust me, I ain't work with you anymore. Done. I just am. I have to draw the line right there. And it's not even so much like protecting, anything else, protecting my family, protecting getting doxxed or whatever. It's not even that much. It's like if you don't see that, and if you're legitimizing people with your presence, then I got nothing to say to you. I got nothing to go on. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're right. All right, last but not least, and I'm going to get to Paducah again. Did Paducah hurt you? Yes. No. I just like the name. I've driven through Paducah, Kentucky. I sailed past. Yeah, you probably have sailed past it too. It is a nice place. I just use it because I like the word Paducah. Sounds like it's guttural. Definitely. Okay, so be careful who you legitimize. I will tell you why with this shiny little video I created for you.
In 10 years, who do you think will still be here? Those clowns that have polluted, that have toxified the red pill idea, or me? If I was a betting man, which I'm not, and I had a choice to bet on the red pill subreddit, approved and moderated by feminist Ellen Powell, or me, I would bet on me. I'm not saying I am smarter than anyone, better or wiser, but my hand is a steady hand. And for over 10 years, I have held a community of men together. It is sad to see what is actually happening right now, but I've seen this again and again. When you have a philosophy and ideology that is led by the mob, that doesn't have a captain, it is inevitable to see what you are seeing right now with dozens of comments on the red pill attacking me as if I attacked them, which I did not. The schism is here. The schism has happened. The red pill is a phrase that I will no longer identify with. I have taken the best parts of the red pill, of which I was a big part in making, and whose existence would probably not happen had it not been for the work that I have done. I will take the best parts, ditch the junk, the debris that has accumulated over the past 2 to 4 years, and from that will birth a new philosophy, neo-masculinity. In 10 years, MGTOW, who attacked me, will be for men, sexless men who choose not to get laid at all. The red pill will finally be taken over by the feminist overlords in the red pill in Silicon Valley. I will still be here.
For all the red pill guys, keep on doing what you're doing. Keep on watching the videos that you're watching. Keep on consuming the content that you're consuming. Keep on reading the books that you're reading. Keep on doing what you're doing. And in 10 years from now, we will see your lives. We will see how this information either was a blessing to your life or whether it was a burden to your life. We will see whether this content made you more masculine, more competent, more successful, living a life of abundance and success. We will truly see that if this message is the truth and the truth is the greatest good, we will see. And also, 10 years from now, we will also see if this content hurt the lives of men. We will see that if this content led men into a cycle of misery and despair and nihilism and resentment towards women, which made it impossible for these men to actually build meaningful relationships because they were coming with so much bitter and coming at the relationship with so much of a defense, and did not bring men and women closer together like Kevin Samuels wanted, but brought men and women even further apart. We will see in 10 years, doesn't matter what I say, doesn't matter what any content creator says, we will see in 10 years. But also what we're going to see in 10 years is how many of your favorite red pill content creators are still teaching the same message. We will see how many of these people have switched up the message when they found out it wasn't trendy. How many people you will be able to finally see their lives and their lives will be exposed and you see, wow, this person wasn't even living this. How many of them will we see?
Challenge accepted, Hafiz. 10 years. Okay. I'll tell you what, I'll give you the same benefit of the doubt I gave Roosh. Hell, I didn't even need 10 years with Roosh. By the way, the first one is Roosh from 2015. In case you missed that little chyron at the bottom of there, I tried to make it stick on there for a little while. So, challenge accepted. 10 years. Okay. I've been here for almost 21 now. Has my message changed in 21 years? You wouldn't know, because when I started that message, when I started having those conversations, when I started on the SoSwab forums, when I started doing that, Hafiz, you were watching Fairly Odd Parents on Nickelodeon. You were watching Jimmy Neutron. iCarly was on. You're 31? Yeah. We're watching that. That's pretty much the time when that was going off. Actually, I did it before that, but yeah. 10 years. That's the 10-year challenge. That's the 10-year. I took the challenge. Oh, okay. Here I am. It wasn't hell. That was 2015 for Roosh. When Roosh, there was once upon a time, children, there was a schism in the Manosphere. And Roosh was right there at the edge of it. And he made these very bold claims. In 10 years, I'm going to be here. The steady hand of Roosh. All of by the way, the video before, like the pieces that I cut out, he was talking about how the red pill was his seed. Literally the words he used. And where's Roosh right now? He looks like Ted Kaczynski. He's this Orthodox. It has done he's not here, put it that way. And Rollo Tomasi is. So Hafiz, challenge accepted. I'll be here. Have I changed my conversation? Have I changed any of my mission statement in 21 years? You won't know because you have no clue and you don't want to know. You have no earthly idea what you're talking about. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. You're good. Here, you can have one of those. Yeah. Challenge accepted, my friend. Challenge accepted. I will be more than happy to look for you in 10 years. I will see who has changed their tone, because I will tell you right now, when I was seeing you on Fresh and Fit in 2021, prior to you getting married to where you're at right now, you've already switched. You've already pivoted. You're already not the same dude. And that's what happens to guys like Tucker Max, and people get into this space and then they realize, oh, I'm going to get married. I found the one. Oh, I got to do that. Oh, and then so what happens is they follow this script where they were this incorrigible bachelor They were dick swinging pickup artist, and come to find out they're married. Come to find out they have a main. Come to find out that they're in a poly relationship or something like that. And then what do? They try to pivot to some sort of moralistic, bullshit, because it's the only thing they can do to keep their grift up. We got to pivot to something else. We got to pivot to positivity, success, porn, hustle. We got to pivot to something else because I can't be married and I can't do the same thing. I'm a different guy. I've matured. I've changed. You should too. No, we shouldn't, because I have a dedication, an obligation to objective truth. I have an obligation to empiricism. I have an obligation to laying this stuff out and equipping guys. That's what my obligation. And I have never in 20 years changed that whatsoever. I said the same thing to Roosh in 2015 when he gave me the 10-year challenge. And here we are. I didn't even need 10 years. You know who's here? Me. I guess you could say Hartees. Who even knows if Royce's still around? Dalrock's not here, and I love Dalrock to death, and nothing on him, but he's gone. Roosh is most definitely gone. Royce, maybe he is on Twitter. I don't know. But you know who is? The steady hand of Rolo. That is still here. Haven't changed my mission statement in 20 years. So yeah, challenge accepted. And I've seen you. I have outlasted all of your predecessors, and I will outlast you too. What movie? Come on, give it to me. I will outlast you too. I have outlasted so many people who have pretended to say, "Oh, how does it feel to lose the throne to X, Y, and Z?" Still here, still doing the same thing. Still bringing the light to the masses. Still being the fire bringer, Prometheus. And I have my guts eaten by crows every fucking morning. And let's do it again. We'll be glad to. Bringing the fire, giving you the fire. That's what I do. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. This is the pre-Halloween show. And let's see, what do I have going on? I will be back in Vegas on Thursday. I've got a very special interview with some people that you already know. Actually, I think, I'll just say this. Hopefully, we will have Dan Bilzerian on. We were supposed to have him last week. We're supposed to get Dan Bilzerian. Myron from Fresh and Fit will be out as well. At least that's the plan right now. I hate to make announcements because I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but that's going to be coming up. That interview will be on Friday. We will probably do a quote unquote after hour show from Sticky Paws in Vegas if everything goes according to plan. And so that'll be Friday evening in Las Vegas. And then I will be back in the saddle here on Saturday. I'm just going to fly in, do my thing, come back out. And then Access Vegas will be coming up again. I believe we're planning on November 21st, I believe is the next time we're going to do that. So watch for that. That's upcoming soon. Again, translations are still in the works. I'm doing the layout for those. So please, the Spanish translations, Turkish translations are also in the works, courtesy of Dr. Redpill. So you know what's going on. If you haven't bought The Rational Male, please do, especially the Player's Handbook. And let's see, what else do I have going on? Oh, I'm going to be doing a midweek show on Wednesday, or if I don't do a little kind of Halloween show tomorrow, I might do something. We'll see. What should I get for Halloween? I'm glad you guys like Jason Hartman a lot. Also, I feel like I got to address this is John from John from My Life Dating is no longer going to be a part of the Rule Zero crew. Simply because it's more like logistics. People go, oh, there must be something bad blood. And it's not bad blood. We're still very much friends. We still talk to each other. It's like me with when Rich decided to leave Rule Zero. It's like, that's just, he had time to do other things. It just simply it's life changes on us. But myself, the steady hand of Rolo and friends. We'll still be doing Rule Zero. Ryan, of course, is still on board with me. I will be doing Ryan Stone's show. We're going to be doing the Crisis of Replicability show on his channel because I feel like I owe him a show. That'll be coming up, I believe, Tuesday. But watch my Twitter feed, watch my my Instagram feed for announcements for that. And let's see, that's going to be kind of like a deep dive show. That's if you want something really cerebral and you want nuts and bolts, you want stats and numbers, that's going to be your show. It'll be on Ryan Stone's channel. What else? I think that is it for now, except for that, we are in the witching hour here. And what's funny is I moved to the deep desert of Nevada. And in Nevada, we have strange creatures out here, like they kind of crawl around in the dust and the sage. We have lots of sage here, of course. I'm in the middle of the desert, by the way. I specifically chose this studio so I'd be much more isolated. But the problem with that is that there's some very interesting creatures that kind of like roll around. And they're just, I know sometimes you know what they are, and sometimes like scorpions, like there's scorpions around here. There's not too many bats, but there are scorpions for sure. Trying to think what else is out here, but they really just kind of, I don't know, man. They just, they just kind of grow them a little bit big. Oh. Preceding podcast has been the production of The Rational Male, registered trademark 2022. Don't steal my stuff.